Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to sit down with small cap executives about what's going on at their companies. Small program note, we're happy that all of you take your time to watch these videos, but we also know it's not easy to watch. So all of these interviews now are available on podcast, on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts. So if you can't watch, listen in your car while you're stuck in traffic, while you got some downtime, but never miss them, because great interviews like this with Paul Gill, CEO over at Lomiko Metals, trades on the venture exchange on the stock symbol LMR. You don't want to miss stuff like this. For those of you who are new to the story, we're going to go over quickly because we're going to do a great year review of what's happened in 2019 and what to look forward to in 2020. But in summary, the company's got the La Lutra Flake Graphite property. It's a high-grade deposit that's located about 120 kilometers northwest of Montreal. Great indicated and inferred resource numbers. I'll let Paul tell you all about that. But they're ideally positioned both geographically and as far as their resource goes in order to be able to serve the number of mega factories that are coming into in various stages of development throughout North America and even the world. And then you've got Quebec and the BC government, their commitment to green energy, zero emissions by 2030. That should create a floor for future demand. So the future looks bright for Lomiko. Paul, welcome back.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me on.
It's always great to have you on right before Christmas. So, hopefully we'll talk about what kind of gifts you got under the tree for everybody for that they can enjoy in 2020. Let's talk about La Lutra first, obviously, because that's the flagship. Really quickly, for people who are watching or listening for the first time, just tell us how big it is and why that graphite, the quality of the graphite there is going to be able to service the market.
Yeah, La Lutra is a project we've been working on since 2015, and we've been drilling away and drilled up to 170 holes. The last program of 21 holes just finished in 2019. It's a total of 2,800 hectares located about 100 kilometers north west of Montreal, and very close to the Imerys carbon and graphite mine, which is located 53 kilometers to the northwest as well in Lac des Îles. So we've been working there. We've had numerous great drill holes. In fact, the last few drill holes we've experienced intersects of over 100 meters and many different graphite grades in the teens and in the high single digits. Yeah. So you're looking at developing a graphite deposit that is at least 10% graphite. That's what your target is, and at least 10 million tons. And the mine that's up the road from us was about 5 million tons of 7.7%. So we're hoping to get there, and we've had one resource calculation already. We're going to have a updated one fairly shortly. So it's exciting times for La Lutra and the graphite market in general.
Let's talk about that since you mentioned it. You've told the market that you want to put an update 43-101 and then even a preliminary economic assessment. What are the timelines generally looking for that?
Yeah, at this point in time, the 43-101 is yet to be commissioned. We're hoping to do that very shortly with new financing that we're going to put in to the company in the next little bit here. So what that will do is really go through the entire project and look at all of the drill holes that have been done, define open pits around those particular drill holes so that you can have defined deposit areas. And right. That's going to be fantastic for our future, because once you have that defined, then you can compare apples to apples to other companies. We have a great group of companies in Quebec, Mason Graphite, Nouveau Monde. They're all at a very advanced stage. We hope to join them and be able to compare to them. And we're certainly 1/10 of the market cap, trading at a very small valuation compared to those other two. So it's going to be hopefully a great year in 2020 when we start that process.
And you've got a general sense for the size now. Do you have a general sense for where, what it might be on the new 43101? Just generally speaking, are you even allowed to talk about how much bigger you think it'll grow?
Yeah, I think that the downside target is 10% and 10 million tons, and then the upside target is maybe up to 25 million tons, and that's going to be a very valuable deposit if we get up to that level, because that means that the kind of material you have going in over the course of 25 years or 10 years or whatever amount of timeline, you're basically being able to produce $50 to $70 million worth of profit per year. So that's what you want to accomplish in one of these mines. And if you can pull those numbers out and prove it in a feasibility study, you're going to get noticed, and you're going to be top 5 in the world. Right now, we've had an interesting year in the graphite market, because we thought by now that we'd see a lot of demand hit.
True.
And what we have seen, though, is certainly the volumes have picked up in the amount of graphite that has been produced in the world, but a lot of it has been sucked up by by China, and that's interesting enough, because a lot of those mega factories that are being built are in China, but the supply is coming from Mozambique. A company called Syrah Resources has been sending a lot of material out there,
and they're kind of flooding the market too, right?
Yeah, they flooded the market
with their own. They just had their own bills to pay at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, they just commissioned in early or late 2018. They had to pay bills. They were only started getting revenue. They were selling, I think, at fire sale prices, and that drove the market down. So once you have a very small market in graphite, it's not the copper market. It's very much a volatile market that gets affected by supply and demand. And so you have a group that's ready to sell at fire sale prices. Well, all of a sudden, graphite demand goes down, investor interest goes down in those particular commodities.
Now, you're talking about how graphite's, you're saying it's a smaller market right now. Let's talk about that and how you think that's going to change in the next 1, 2, 3 years with even these mega factories in the United States that are either up and running or in process, and how that dovetails with your timing to hopefully bring La Luz into production.
Yeah, if we step back and take a look at what technology trends have been in the last 30 years, let's look at 1980 to 1990. That was a decade of the computer, and the computer came on and became generally used by 1990. 1990 to 2000 was the decade of the internet, and internet came on, and really everyone was started using it more and more. And the same thing with the smartphones. 2000 to 2010, everyone started using smartphones. 2010 to 2020 was really social media. So we're calling 2020 to 2030 the decade of the electric vehicle revolution, because from the numbers of sales and the speed at which the acceleration of sales is progressing, we're going to see a lot of cars on the road. And what's that mean? And what have we seen in the way of information to back that up? Well, you don't have to look far. You look at the Teslas, you see them more and more. But look at the new developments. We've got Ford coming out with the Mustang Mach-E. That's going to be affecting the market. We've got Tesla coming out with a Cybertruck, GM coming out with electric vehicle, and a number of others that are out there, the Rivian, and of course the Prius has been out for a while and certainly getting more and more used. So we're seeing a huge market developing there, and therefore we have a lot of different lithium-ion factories that are being built in North America to support that system. And so that means that those are going to need supply of materials, battery materials specifically, and we're there, I think, in the right time to get up and running by the time they need those materials.
Yeah, and don't forget, you got Ferrari, you got Porsche, you got everybody producing an EV now, right? For their line. So there's no doubt. There's little doubt, right? It's electric vehicle demand is going to explode.
Yeah.
Supply is going to explode. Demand is going to explode, and that means batteries. That means graphite. But I'm going to ask you a devil's advocate question here. So people don't think we're just softballing this. And can you be competitive, right? And what does it mean that you're in Quebec and you can access the entire eastern seaboard of the United States? You're right off the St. Lawrence. You could. What does it mean? Can you be competitive from Quebec in that market as it starts to really take off in the next 2, 3, 4 years?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think the reality is that we have to compete worldwide against every producer, not just in Canada. So we've got to be able to provide a good business plan so that we are able to compete with graphite coming out of Mozambique and Sri Lanka. And the advantage we have is the fact that we're near to a lot of the production facilities that'll be built for these particular vehicles. So we're closer to Europe, we're closer to Detroit and to Nevada, where all these lithium-ion megafactories are being built. In fact, we think there's going to be a lithium-ion megafactory built in Quebec. It seems like a logical choice.
So really
we're
does.
getting ready for that. We've just had news from our nearest neighbor and multinational company, Imerys Carbon and Graphite, that they're starting to get into the electric vehicle battery materials for graphite. So that's great news. Obviously, their mine is running out, so they're going to need more material. So we're very excited about that kind of news coming out and affecting the market. But I think the general trend is your friend, and the general trend is there's more vehicles on the road. Means every one of those Teslas or whatever a type of vehicle that has a lithium-ion battery has over 50 kilograms or 40 kilograms of graphite in it. And that's amazing because way
more than lithium, and a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, it weighs more than lithium, and it's also by volume quite extensive in the cars. And so the more vehicles on the road, the more we will need this material. And let's supply it from North America. Let's not get it from Africa. Let's create jobs here.
And just the last point of that, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, but I would imagine another advantage you have is sustainability, because you're a Canadian company, you're a listed issuer. That means you've got transparency, you got reporting requirements, and that you're going out of your way to make sure that when La Luta does come into play, that it's going to be done in a way that's really environmentally friendly, not just in the end product, because obviously you want to get electric vehicles out there because that's a great environmental solution, but even in the way you're going to produce it, the way you're going to maintain the land. I've got to think, but correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm asking this for everyone at home, is that a big advantage too over suppliers coming out of third world countries?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, we've seen the horror stories of cobalt supply coming out of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and kids being used to get that material out of the ground, and it's horrible. And so we don't want to be involved in that. We don't want to be involved in polluting any location. So we think that Canada has the opportunity to step up and become a sustainable producer of this particular material, and suppliers will respond to that. If we can produce a material that's just as good as anywhere else, and we can do it sustainably and ethically, I think we're going to get become part of that supply chain in North America, and that's the goal here, is to plug in and be part of providing spherical graphite materials, which is a higher end product than just what the normal material is. And then also right up to graphite anodes. That's another potential that would be really exciting, because that again is another value add. And
you're not just shipping off raw graphite. Here you go.
Exactly.
You're going up the value chain by making very, very specific high end, high value products that the industry needs, or at least that's the plan. You're not making them now. I want to be clear for everyone at home.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that takes an intensive amount of capital. It takes a very special project, and I think that we've got that project. So once you have the raw material, the raw product tested, and that's still coming up, that's what we have to do to remove the risk, is get the metallurgical testing done, get the environmental testing done, so that we're not producing a bunch of cyanide or sulfur as we're producing the material. And once we've gotten past those hurdles, then we'll get an environmental approval for the project, and that will get us further ahead in the feasibility chain.
But is it safe to assume, Paul, that's not even really a concern? It's just more or less you've got to go through it because you've got to document it, but you're not going to have any concerns about how it's produced and the metallurgy?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we wouldn't be going forward if during the drilling process we found a bunch of sulfur or some other contaminant in the graphite. We haven't had any of those kind of problems, so we're really happy with the results thus far. But again, you have to have the actual certification for that. You can't just eyeball it or use the drilling. You have to have a full preliminary economic assessment. And the good thing about that preliminary economic assessment, when it comes, it'll be registered, and it also will be part of it'll create a value for the project, which will go right onto our audited financials. So that'll be a big change. So I think we need to get prepared for that. What we're working on right now is getting the stock price moving a little bit so that we can put money in the till. Right, for the last little while, we've been trying to raise funds, and it's been very difficult.
And I'll ask you about that. And we got to be careful because you're not, the rules dictate you're not really allowed to, give advice on your stock price and so on and so forth. Tell people, and I don't think you're going to, but we have that caveat. But that has baffled a lot of people, which is, why the continued selling throughout the year, because it just doesn't make sense having a market cap of $2 to $3 million. It doesn't make sense for anybody to be selling, not that I can see. So what do you attribute the selling that's come in, especially since the start of the summer?
Yeah, I think what we've seen is a lot of selling related to tax loss and Quebec flow through. Potentially because there's a large discount to face value for that flow through. So we've had some difficulty there sucking up a lot of stock. And, what we've seen though is in our recent AGM, we had 42% of the shareholders vote and 99.97% in favor. So we know that we've got a good portion of it under control. About 40% is a really great number.
Sure.
So we're looking to see what we can do with the rest of it. I think that after tax loss season, we'll get back at it, and and there's nothing wrong with saying that we have to move the stock price. We can't raise money at the price we're raising it or the price it's trading at now. So we've got to get to a point where it's 5 cents or more, and that's easily something that we can focus on in January now that we've got the tax loss season out of the way. So it's a very difficult situation. Once I noticed that in the markets, once gold stopped moving way up, all of a sudden things changed, and the markets for us.
Silly, huh? And I hear you on that. But that's just silly, right? The market does things like that because they have been. You might as well tell me, the price of pork bellies was dropping. As gold dropping has nothing to do but with graphite, and yet there it is. Some people try and make
it's about
commodities connections, which is silly. But hey, that's an opportunity for everyone who's looking at this to say maybe, because I can't say it, you can't, but maybe it's an opportunity that's worth looking at right now and taking very, very seriously.
Absolutely. All we can do is put the food on the table and let people take a look and see if it's edible or not. That's really what we're doing is, at any given time, we're presenting ourselves as an investment opportunity for the investor and trying to educate as much as possible. We're not here to say that, XYZ is going to happen and it's going to blow up or whatever. But the fact is that we're at a low point. We're at a 52-week low, and that's a fact. And I think that we don't want to remain there, and that's another fact. And I think that when you look at it, we want to be in this part of this secular battery materials market in which things are moving up. And the general consensus is that we've had ourselves tied as a mining play to gold to some extent, simply because the velocity of money moving through the gold and mining sector has come to us as well. But we want to change that into more of a technology play, because I think that's what we really are. We're here to be part of the new technology of electric vehicles, and leave the kind of mining sector situation behind and join that new revolution in electric vehicles. And the only way to do that is to get yourself defined as within the value chain and get partners, and getting engineering reports is going to help us do that.
And further to the point that you say, Lomiko is a technology company, you've had the successful sale of Lomiko Technologies to Prometheus Technologies. And I noticed that the closing date has been extended to June 30, 2020. Is that actually the new hard date, or are you just giving yourself some buffer there in order to make sure the deal gets done on time?
Yeah, essentially what's going on is Prometheus is listing in Europe, and we'll see once it's listed a funding go through for it, and that is the last hurdle we'll have to pass. What we had various hurdles such as Ontario Securities Commission review, BC Securities Commission review, TSX review, and shareholders vote. So we've got past all those hurdles. What we needed was to get a review done at the stock exchange in which Prometheus is listing, right. And then we will get approval to raise the funds over there, and so that will then come back. The Lomiko Technologies is being sold to Prometheus for $1.4 million. So that'll go into Lomiko's coffers and be able to be applied to any 43-101 and preliminary economic assessment. And then
I'm glad you said that. I was going to take the words out of my mouth. If the cash comes in, when it does come in, I'm assuming that's going to go a long way towards you getting the work done for Le Loutre.
Yeah, and it's non-dilutive as well. So we were looking at doing a very dilutive financing to fund the PEA. And present hasn't gone through at this point in time. So I think that it's best for shareholders that we don't dilute in a massive way, because we were looking at issuing 50 million shares. So yeah. I think by the time you're listening to this, we'll have some updates on that. And I think we're better to do non-dilutive financing, and I think people will appreciate that. I'm a large shareholder. I appreciate that. That's the case. It's also the type of money that's going to come in that's important. We're not going to have shares issued that are going to be sold at the low we've seen here.
It's going to go right to the coffers, and that's it. It'll end there.
Right. That's right. So let's do it the right way and do what's best for shareholders. And I think that's going to be beneficial for anyone looking at the company.
Paul, thanks for joining us today. Look, congratulations on what's been a pretty successful year with drilling and so on and so forth at Le Loutre, the sale of Lomiko Technologies to Prometheus, and the pending close on that. Look, the struggle always with startups and companies at the early stages, they don't have everything go right for them at the end of the day. So you guys have, I think, done well in everything that you can control, but the market itself sometimes is left to its own devices. And I like the fact that you don't want to engage in massively dilutive financing because you believe in the future of the company. And this is not the time near the end of this chapter that you want to be doing that. So hats off to you and your team. And looking forward to the dominoes starting to fall in the first and second quarter 2020, so that by the end of 2020, when we're sitting here talking, you're in a completely different situation. And I'm not talking about share price, just completely different situation as a company.
Yeah, we're all about wealth creation. We want to create a substantial amount of wealth for our shareholders, and I've been experienced in that, and I've had the experience before in which
You've done it.
That large companies do have an eye on small companies like this. Before we had a copper project that was bought out by Hudbay, and we started at 1 million market cap. That was bought out by Hudbay at 512 million market cap.
What?
So 512 million market cap. So
I heard the first time, but I just wanted you to repeat that because that's unbelievable. And that kind of track record means you guys know how to get this done.
Yeah, and again, it's about attracting people to the concept and the long-term aspects. And that copper project right now produces 2% of the GDP for Peru, and so we're very proud of that background, and we want to do that again. And right in Quebec would be the best place, and putting funds into Canadian coffers. That's what we'd like to do.
Thanks, Paul. Wishing you, your family, and the Lomiko team a very Merry Christmas, a very happy holidays, and a fantastic New Year.
Yes, happy holidays, and thanks very much for doing this.
You've been watching Paul Gill. He's CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades at the TSX Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR. And for our friends in the US, don't forget about you on the QB under LMRMF. You've watched Paul, or if you've been listening by podcast, you've heard what he's had to say. Due diligence is now up to you. Start that on Agoracom by getting to the Lomiko Hub and get caught up with all this great summary information there. Watch the last couple of interviews we've done with Paul. Then link over to the Lomiko site to complete that due diligence, and hopefully you're going to like what you see. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Have a fantastic day. Have a fantastic Christmas. Happy holidays. Talk to you soon.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives about what's going on at their companies. With us again, I'm happy to have him back, Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals. The company trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, LMRMF, that's on the OTCQB. And for our friends in Germany and Europe, it's on the Frankfurt Exchange under DH8C. Now, for those of you who are new to the story, it's going to be a lot of you. Lomiko's focused on the exploration development of minerals for the new green economy. Now, that sounds like a mouthful, but more than just lip service. Lomiko right now is in the midst of proving up a very high-grade graphite deposit. It's the La Loutre flake graphite property that's 117 kilometers northwest of Montreal. We'll talk in a minute about why that's important. And it has an indicated resource of 18.4 million tons of 3.19%. That's just in the graphene battery zone. They've got some other great drilling going on in the refractory zone that we'll talk about another time. But what we're talking about today is the fact that the Quebec Premier presented his electric vision of Quebec's green future. Here to talk about this, Paul. Welcome back, my friend.
Thanks, George.
Hey, if I didn't know any better, all right, so the reason why I mentioned during the intro there that your La Loutre is 120 kilometers outside of Montreal. If I didn't know any better, I think that you either are the Premier of Quebec or you wrote this presentation that he made, to everybody in Quebec just this week. And I'm going to take the one big quote that summarizes what it's about, where he says, "Let's become the green battery of North America." I mean, that just must have blown you away. How big is a statement like that for Lomiko in general?
given your high-grade graphite, but especially given the fact that the Luther is right there, an hour away from where the premier was making that statement.
It's absolutely huge news, George, and it's what it makes relevant what we've been saying all along. We knew that Quebec had lithium and graphite. It had it in spades. There's not just our properties that have graphite on them. There's other properties with graphite, and there's other properties with lithium. I think Quebec really has an opportunity here to seize the moment when it comes to the conversion of our internal combustion engines and our oil-based economy to a green and clean tech economy. I mean, just as we're talking today, we have BC also saying that they're going to go zero emissions by 2040. So with the kind of projects that are going to be coming on stream in Quebec, their focus is making them reducing oil impact, and that is sending a message throughout the entire length and breadth of Canada. And I think that there's the opportunity is just immense for Quebec in the next few years. I think investing in Quebec is a very smart move.
Yeah, in fact, he's saying he just wants to replace oil with electric. There are a number of initiatives in that plan. He's not just talking a big game. Look, he just got recently elected, so it's not as if he's just talking a platform. But one of the initiatives that impacts Lomiko is, and again, I'm reading, so pardon me, but I want to read this excerpt. By far, the largest chunk of the plan is a massive investment in the electrification, specifically of public transportation systems. Now, to a lot of people, most people don't realize that what that really means is batteries are going to be playing a very important role in that strategy, because you need these, batteries and electric public transportation systems. You've been talking about your battery strategy all along. In fact, and so, layman's terms, what is it about, La Luta's graphite that plays right into this as far as this battery strategy?
Yeah, what we know is that there is various different types of battery systems out there that combine lithium and graphite and other types of materials. There's graphite ion batteries as well. There's different forms of batteries. But one of the key things that I took away from looking at the different types of batteries is that graphite is always going to be the anode in the system, meaning that the cathode is made of lithium and nickel perhaps, or it's made out of nickel or some other type of material. But the anode material, the thing that attracts the ions in a battery and makes the electricity flow, is going to be graphite. The only significant other type of material that can be used is lead. So we know that battery type is perfect. Now, of course, bus batteries are going to be bigger and have more energy than a car battery, so that's a different design. But so we can't exactly pick out which battery is going to be used, but we know that it's just like having your printer right now. The printer is only a vehicle for the materials that are in it, like the ink that goes into a printer. That's what's going to be important. We're going to have to replenish that material in the way of putting in new batteries and stuff like that on an ongoing basis. And that's really the design genius of electric vehicles. You don't get a lot of wear and tear on all the other parts, but the battery has to be replaced every 5 or 6 years. So not only is there an opportunity immediately as we're onboarding all of these new types of vehicles, but on an ongoing basis, the materials is a better bet than the car battery companies themselves.
So how does this, if at all, change your strategy in Quebec? Do you become much more PR focused, government lobby focused, in order to make sure now that they know that Lomiko is coming down the pipe and that you're right in their neighborhood?
Yeah, for years we have been in touch with Quebec representatives of the government and government agencies, SIDEX, Investment Quebec, and et cetera. And I'm going to be in Montreal next week and going to be meeting again with them. I think that's important to keep in touch. We have to get to a certain point of development, which is the pre-economic assessment, in order to really put our meal on the table and say, is this worthy of investment? And that endorsement is going to be very important for any company involved in these kind of battery related activities in Quebec, because government endorsement there means that you can really go out and raise a lot of funds out in the public, and the States is really taking off on this. They're really taking this to heart, and I see a lot of attention from the U.S. markets as well. So I think that we're only just at the start of this. I mean, we've been almost in a prelogue, within the last little while. But now, I mean, we're looking at a 20-year run for battery materials. I mean, that's going to make a lot of people a lot of money, and I'd love to be able to make a few more millionaires out there than we had with some of the copper projects we've done.
And you must get excited when he says, "Let's become the green battery of North America," because clearly that means he wants to, he wants to service the North American market as part of all this.
Yeah, that's it.
Support electricity in terms of either great batteries, great graphite, even their hydro dams. That's going to be pretty exciting, because he's not just living this in North America, because he says that greenhouse emissions affect everybody, and and that's why he wants to make sure that Quebec is feeding North America.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it very carefully, what you see is that there is a lack of materials in North America, and that's why he's saying we want to become the green battery of North America. It dovetails very nicely with what U.S. Senator Lisa Murkowski said a couple months ago in February, and what Benchmark Minerals reported to the U.S. Senate Committee on Mines and Energy. We need to have development locally in North America. And I see that the Canada and U.S. are now aligning themselves and putting aside their own disputes to really focus on developing internal strategies for supplying the market for battery materials. I think they see what we see. What we can honestly say is we saw this coming a long time before the U.S. Senate and the Quebec government.
Yeah, you did say reliance on China was a mistake and could be dangerous at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the giant wake up in a way, and that's huge, because it means that we're going to try building those types of factories here in North America, and Quebec is in a perfect spot. I mean, if I had $100 million, I would build a lithium-ion battery factory in Quebec, right outside of Montreal, where the processing facilities are for Imerys, where we can send the graphite there, get it processed. We can send the lithium down there to get processed outside of Montreal, and you supply your own battery factory right there. I mean, if there's a bunch of them being built in China, imagine if we had one right there in Quebec that could supply.
And I got to admit, Paul, you've been pretty prescient all this time about where the market was going to move and all these dynamics. You weren't just talking about supply and demand. You're talking about, the China dangers, things like that. So, hey, I wouldn't be surprised to hear an announcement like that, in the next, 6 to 12 months, or at least, that they're scoping that out, or because that would seem to make the next logical step, right? So I don't think you're far off. And let me ask you a question on that. For everyone at home, what's the timeline look like for La Loutre to be in a position to capitalize on this? So how far away, generally speaking, how far are you away from being able to become an actual supplier?
Yeah, I think what's important to note right now is that in 2021, the big mine that's in Quebec, the only graphite mine in North America, the Imerys carbon graphite mine, will have to close. We know that for a fact now.
Wow.
That's big. So they're going to need their material from somewhere. We are the closest graphite property to them, and that's huge. We're also closer to their battery or their graphite processing facility near the Port of Montreal, and that's huge. So what we need to do is be able to be prepared and have the cake decorated and ready to eat for them by 2020, 2021. So we need to finish our reporting on our drilling. So we have 16 more holes to go. Those will be coming out. Should be pretty much adding more and more tonnage to the argument that we have, and probably defining a resource that's higher grade than the graphene battery zone. So we could essentially have 2 open pits, which is, I think, great. And then it's about doing that pre-economic assessment to discover what the value is. And then we've got a decision as to whether or not to be in the running to sell to Imerys. And you know, I mean, I think that we would be in a very good spot considering where we are and the fact that there's going to be a lot of jobs that are going to be lost in 2021 that could just basically move over to our site.
So
all
just to go through those modules, you got drilling of the last 16 holes and release of those.
Just results. Yeah, just results. No drilling. Just results.
Right.
Resource.
Right. Just the results. And then you're probably going to come out the new resource estimate based on that. And then, so what does that timeline look for each of those ballpark?
Yeah, I mean, we've been coming out with we've got 5 drill holes that have been really, really good so far. And so we're going to see those rest of those 16 in the next month or so here and get into a resource, decide who's going to do the resource, decide who's going to do the pre-economic assessment, because those 2 have to line up pretty nicely. So considerations are, you know, an international group or a local group, depending on what where the funding comes from. Really, it works either way. And then from there, what you do is you're able to look at environmental studies, metallurgical studies, graphite characterization, and then a very important aspect of it is conversion to spherical graphite. If we can get that down and you know, if we can keep our costs within range, I mean, the end product of a graphite anode, which would go directly into a lithium-ion battery, that's a huge output. I mean, that'll be something worth 10,000 a ton versus, you know, selling the material at a lower point of 1,000 or 2,000 a ton, right?
Last question on that. You feel pretty confident that you can get there? I know you can't say you're going to get there because you're not there yet, but you feel, or is that a major hurdle? Is that like, you know, jumping to the moon kind of probability? Or I'm assuming you feel pretty comfortable and confident that you'll be able to get to that stage.
Yeah, we've got a stairway to heaven pretty much. You know, we just have to take the steps that we need to take. And, you know, the biggest factor right now is getting support in the market and getting funds in. And I think, you know, over the summer here, we've seen a little tail off in our market. So we have to pick that up. So we're certainly reaching out to groups in the States. You know, Canadians are usually kind of doing their cottage time in June, July, and August. And, you know, you don't see much of them, but the States are still hopping. I mean, this is a story that has international implications, I think, the battery technology story. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in Asia. You know, people in Beijing are you know, coughing up lungs on the street because it's so polluted there. Of course, they're going to go to batteries. And India is the same way, and they need to do conversion to electric vehicle batteries to save their environment, and not only their environment, their people, because I think it's getting so polluted with the internal combustion and the burning of coal and all the rest of it. You know, we've got to fix that problem for them. So there's going to be demands on all of the graphite material, lithium material that's out there in the next 15, 20 years. So whatever we make, I think we'll be able to sell, and that's the bottom line. You know, I think that we just have to stay the course, get it done. I'm here for the long term. I know what we have, and I think that's the beauty of it, is that you know, it's crazy that the stock is trading at 4.5, 5 cents, but that's the way it is. And we, you know, the opportunity is to those who are brave.
Yeah, and I want to tell everyone at home that, you know, this Paul isn't a Me Too, Lomiko isn't a Me Too company trying to hop on this. Paul and Lomiko have been at this for, you know, more than 10 years now, right on top of this. So they're early, they're ahead of it, but they, you know, they've stayed the course. They're not changing. And now Paul, when you got the Premier of Quebec saying we're going to be doing it big right here, let alone the markets around the world that you're aiming for, you know, that's pretty big. I'm going to ask you one last question. This one's probably the most critical question. We're taping this on a Friday. We were originally going to put this out on Sunday night for everyone to watch. but it's going to be game 2 of the NBA Finals. So we're releasing this on Monday. So if we're at home, we already taped this on Friday. What did you think of how the Raptors played last night? How do you think they're going to do for the rest of the series?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll tell you, I was so impressed that they stopped any rally that Golden State. I've been watching Golden State. I've been watching the Raptors. They stopped any rally that would come from Golden State, and they stopped it cold with very, very tough defense. And they've played some very tough teams. Philadelphia and Milwaukee were very tough teams, and to see them go through those two was enough. But I think they've got the wherewithal and the guts and the toughness to get through Golden State as well. They weren't giving Curry any respect. Those guys got their shots off for sure, but they weren't giving them respect. And I think if I see at the end of game 2 that Lowry, Van Vliet, and Danny Green all have 4 fouls, I'm going to be a happy guy, because that means they've been harassing the shooters. And once you harass that flow of the shooters, you're going to be doing great. So I'm predicting Raptors win game 2, and then we'll see what happens in Golden State.
All right, I was about to ask you. Give me your prediction, because it's going to be playing on Monday. Give me your prediction. Yeah. What's the score? Ballpark. What do you think they win by?
I think they win by 7. Win by 7. Say 97 to 90.
I think this game 2 goes into overtime or the last second, whatever it may be. Raptors win it, but it's either going to come down to the last shot or it's going to go in overtime, and we're going to win it there. Thanks, Paul. Listen,
thanks, George.
Thanks for joining us. And again, I picked up a little Quebec accent in your voice there, so I'm thinking you might be the premier of Quebec, because what he said was you must have been beaming from ear to ear when you saw that, and I congratulate you. You deserve that because of how long you've stuck with this vision, and it seems to all be unfolding right in front of you. Can't wait to have you back after the next set of drill results are out and talk even more about what's going on with your high-grade graphite.
Yeah, well, we built it, and they're coming to us, is the way it looks like. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. You've been watching Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades at the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR, LMRMF in the U.S., and DHHC in Frankfurt. You've heard Paul. You've watched him, seen how he tied in this very important 2030 Quebec initiative. Now, do your due diligence. Get to Agoracom, punch in the company's name or stock symbol. Take a look at the profile information, videos, everything you need to see. We also have the link to Lomiko's website. Do your due diligence. Take your time. You see that Paul and his group have been dedicated to this space for well over 10 years, and now it's all unfolding in front of them. And make sure to put them on a watch list, because they are going to be coming out drill results for these last 15, 16 holes, and you want to be on top of those because you want to see how those play out. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Have a fantastic day. Go Raptors. See you next time.
Go Raptors. Thanks, George.
Thank you, Paul.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to sit with small cap executives and talk about what's going on at their companies. With us today, I'm happy to have for the first time, not ever, because we had him back on 2013, but for the first time here in 2019, Paul Gill of Lomiko Metals. He's a CEO over there. They trade on the TSX Venture Exchange under stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, LMRMF on the QB, and for our friends in Germany and Europe on the Frankfurt Exchange under DH8C. Now, for those of you who are new to Lomiko, and that's going to be some of you, the company is focused on exploration development of minerals for the new green economy. Now, that sounds like lip service, but more than just lip service. The company owns 100% interest in Lomiko Technologies. That's an inventor in technology and manufacturing electronic products. And they're also in the midst of proving up a very high-grade graphite deposit. That's their La Lutra flake graphite property. It's a high-grade 10% plus carbon deposit located just 117 kilometers from Montreal. So that means great infrastructure and access to seaport. That project has an indicated resource of 18.4 million tons of 3.91%, and that's just in the graphene battery zone. They also recently completed drilling on the refractory zone, where they've got a second resource. Here to talk about this and what's going on in the battery market is Paul. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me on. Great introduction. I appreciate it.
Well, listen, you guys have done great things. And for those of you who don't know, Lomiko has been doing this for a long time. They've stuck to their guns, unlike a lot of companies that hop around to the mineral of the day. They've been focused on graphite for years and years. So let's talk about that. And before we get into your project, Paul, let's talk about the electrical vehicle market, because that's obviously the market you're gunning for. Where is it headed? What are the big companies, the big car companies doing?
Yeah, absolutely, George. What we've been looking at for the last 10 years is the onset of companies like Tesla, GM going electric, and a number of other ones. And what we predicted in 2008, 2009, when we started it on this trend about the green economy, was that there's going to be fantastic growth in this sector. And it's coming to fruition right now. So what we're seeing is China going all electric, Germany going all electric, Volvo, VW, GM, everyone is being pushed by Tesla's success in the market. And now we're going to see, I think, a big hockey stick moment, electric vehicle sales, and that's going to translate into some fantastic demand for lithium, cobalt, and graphite. So we're in a good spot.
And I give you credit for sticking to it, because a lot of us thought the electric vehicle phenomena paradigm shift was going to take place sooner. It didn't. It's taken a little while longer, but it looks like we're there. And you got Bloomberg predicting. I'm going to read here: 50% of all electrical vehicles on the road by on 2040 will be electric. Sorry, 50% of all electric vehicles will be electric. So that's got to excite you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could have changed focus. I mean, we stuck to the battery materials. You got to stick to things that you think are going to happen and work at it. And the market was not ready, perhaps, in the last 5 years or so. There was range anxiety, but people are getting over that now. You've got cars that go 300 kilometers. It's okay. You can use that inner city. You can go out to visit someone 100 kilometers away or 100 miles away and get back that night. And there's charging stations coming everywhere. So I think that once people get over that one bit, it's just like a gas tank. You don't have forever gas in your gas tank.
Good point.
You're going to need to charge, and that's fine.
That's a good point.
And I think that's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the batteries and some of these and how they're made up, because that's a fantastic point you made on gas runs out. So don't be so worried about electric running out. I never thought about that. That's actually so simple that I actually hate the fact that I didn't think about that first. But devil's advocate, what's a battery system that's going to power electronic vehicles? Because there's a lot of guys out there saying it's going to be lithium. It is lithium. It's going to be graphite. It's going to be cobalt. What's currently, lithium is currently dominating, it looks like. Why graphite?
Well, what's really happening right now is the lithium ion battery as it exists today is going to be the platform used for electric vehicle batteries. That's a fact. There is over 71 mega factories being built across the world, many of them in China, and China's going all electric. In fact, they're dictating everything to go all electric. So all of that will soak up 15 times more graphite than there is in existence today. That's huge. I mean, we produce probably 150,000 tons. We're going to be needing over 1 million tons of graphite in the next little while. That is what is really exciting about our situation is the demands are going big, 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 and we're going to have to produce enough graphite to supply that market along with a couple other mines. I think there's room enough for 25 new mines.
So the lithium ion battery you're saying is going to dominate, but there's so much graphite in these lithium ion batteries that's enough for you guys to be economical at the end of the day, hopefully.
Yeah, let me explain how the battery works and what's in it. The lithium-ion battery is actually a nickel cathode with flakes of lithium on it, little spots of lithium. So by volume, it's not very much lithium used. Okay, mostly it's nickel. The material that's used to carry the electricity is a cobalt material. So that carries electricity, and the anode is 100% graphite. Now, the only other use, or the only other thing that you can use besides graphite is gold or lead. So no one's going to use gold or lead in a battery. Lead's corrosive and dangerous to the environment and ourselves. Gold is very expensive. Graphite is going to have to be used. And the great thing about it, George, is that not only do you use it in lithium-ion batteries, you got to use it in other types of batteries as well. Graphite is that conductive material, a special conductive material that draws electrical charge in the anode of a battery, and it's going to be used even if lithium doesn't get used. That's the great part about it. So it's got more of a lifespan than lithium alone.
So let's talk about the battery materials trend for the next, 2019 and 2020. Is there a trend there, and that graphite is, going to play an important role in and up and above what you're talking about here?
Yeah, I think the thing to remember is that there's 220 kilograms of graphite 220 pounds of graphite in a Tesla. So every time you see a Tesla on the road, think graphite. Every time you see, another lithium-ion battery car on the road, electric vehicle, think graphite, because that's essentially where the opportunity lies. If you see an opportunity right in front of your face, you've got to take it on. And this is where we're looking at now, is that battery is going to be the platform for the next 20 years. They're building factories. People don't build factories for 5 years. They build factories for 10, 20, 30 years at least. So we know that's going to be the platform. We're going to be pumping those out. And forget about only electric vehicles. Think about all the scooters, the e-bikes, all these other fantastic transportation devices that are required. Even your cell phone uses a lithium-ion battery. So we're going to see some massive demand for graphite. There's 15 times more graphite than there is lithium in a lithium-ion battery. Just let that sink in. Even Elon Musk mentioned this in his comment in 2017. He said, well, really, they should rename that lithium-ion battery a graphite nickel battery.
So let's hop on to, okay, we know that the market's going to be big. The trend is your friend. You're right there with it. You've been calling this for 10 years, even though it got pushed back a little bit. It's happening, and I think we all know it's unstoppable. Devil's advocate, what role is Lomiko going to play in this marketplace? Because there are a lot of people who claim that they're going to be, the battery material, supplier, and so on and so forth. So, what's the role Lomiko plays, and why are you so confident that you guys are going to be able to capture some of that market?
Yeah, the thing that I've done, George, and I think our team has done, is said we don't want to be just a graphite player. We want to be one of the leading graphite players. In order to do that, you've got to do the hard work. And when a project goes sour or it isn't going to be the #1 project in the world, you get rid of it. And we've looked at 3 different projects. We've now decided upon the Lelute graphite project in Quebec. It is about an hour and a half north of Montreal, perfect logistically. It's 50 kilometers away from another processing plant that has graphite being processed and shipped, the only one in North America. So we're in a great position, but better than that, we found our first resource, which was 18 million tons at 3.5%. That's fine. That's number, say, 19 or 20 in the world. Great. We want to be number 3 or number 2. So we had to keep drilling. So we drilled in the refractory zone, and that's where we hit these targets of 14.5% over 110 meters.
Wow.
That's fantastic results. And now what we've done, that was back in 2016, 17. So now what we've done is we started drilling around that area, and we've drilled 21 drill holes in that very high grade area. So we're really excited about what's going to happen when we come out with results in a couple weeks. I think it's going to be very interesting and game changing for this company, and certainly perhaps for the graphite market itself.
I got to tell you, I love the fact, because I was going to ask you the question when you're going through the numbers, the size of the resource at La Lute. I was actually going to say, can you put that into context for me? How big is that? And then on your own, you said it's number 18 or 19 in the world. So I love that context. That's great. Is the second resource that you found in the refractory zone, you think that's going to be enough to move you up from 18 to 19 to 10, 12? Where does that put you?
Yeah, we don't know the numbers. We don't know the numbers right now, but basically what we do know is we've hit graphite material in the ground, and wide intercepts of it around that 14.5% area. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted to hit that material. We know that if you're 50 meters away from a really good graphite hole, you're not going to have zero graphite in that hole if you've hit 50 meters of graphite. You just don't know the grades yet. So we're coming out with that, with those grades, and I think that's the exciting time right now. So we're going to drill that out by itself. That refractory zone may be number 3 or 4 in the world. So what the other part of it, the graphene battery zone adds, is an add-on. Now, the other thing that will blow your mind, and it blew my mind when I thought about it, is there is 12 anomalies on that property. We've only drilled 2, and we've already got 2 very good graphite zones. And this is not in Mozambique. This is not in Africa. It's not in China or Sri Lanka. This is in Quebec, one of the best jurisdictions in the world for the last 10 or 15 years. So
I can't wait
right now.
Oh, sorry, Fred.
Yeah, right now, I mean, what we've had in places like Mozambique and Madagascar is a cyclone come through, a lot of damaged infrastructure, a lot of problems. Africa's always got turmoil in it as well. Sri Lanka's got a bunch of turmoil. Chinese groups are coming in, but that's that's something that I think that we can avoid here, and we want to provide long-term solutions for the electric vehicle industry. Now, a fact that I didn't mention before, George, is the Senate Committee on Mines and Energy for the U.S. Senate did a report in which they have received comments from Benchmark Minerals and Intelligence indicating that graphite anode material isn't produced anywhere in North America right now. Imagine that. Here we got electric vehicle revolution going on. We don't even make the stuff in North America. How the heck are we going to participate? We've got to get on the ball here. We're behind as a country, as a nation, as North America. We've got to get on the ball.
So how does that change? I mean, is there anybody looking to actually begin that?
Yeah, we are going to get out there and prove up our resource. We're going to be able to convincingly turn it into a material called spherical graphite, roll it up into balls, and coat it in order to put it into a graphite anode. So that's how we got our stake in this. We think we can be that group that does that.
Oh, I didn't know that until you just said that right now. So, is that process something that you've got down pat? You're still figuring it out, or do you think you've got it? When the time is right, you'll have it.
Yeah, when the time is right, we'll have it. We'll have to do the proper testing. There's a number of groups around the world that will test for the electric vehicle companies. They've been in contact with us. We're going to be able to submit that material to them for that spherical testing. And there's a number of processes available to us. We've got competitors around us as well. Not too bad themselves. Nouveau Monde to the east of us a bit. Great company. Northern Graphite to the south of us. You've got Mason Graphite. All of them are 10 to 15 times the market cap of Lomiko. What does that tell you? There's an opportunity here, people.
Well, I'm glad you're saying it because I'm not allowed to say it, but that's a great piece of information. Last question I want to ask you, Paul, is if everything goes well, your drill results go well, you're happy with everything, how long will it take? Do you have a sense for how long it will take to get La Loutre into production? When you actually start getting this stuff out of the ground, and how do you get it? Is it going to be extensive? Really expensive? You got to go deep underground, or is it close to the surface?
Yeah, the material's all close to surface, and that's one of the first criteria. We've already done some metallurgy, conversion, and extraction, so that's in the high 90s. So that's one of the things you tick off and eliminate. It's got enough depth to be an open pit. Those again are one of the things that you tick off and make sure that's there. But what we also have is a roadmap to production that we've been developing. Right now we're at the drilling stage. Next will be resource, then metallurgical studies, graphite characterization, spherical testing, resource. Then we're on to the pre-economic assessment and the pre-feasibility, and then the bankable feasibility, then production. Those are all steps towards the goal of actually producing a mine. And I think that once we get on the ball and get rolling and really reveal, we haven't done a big reveal right now. No one knows really what we have because we haven't released the results. I think once we get those results out there, we'll attract a lot of attention. And I think the opportunity for people to look at it now is fantastic in the next couple of weeks before results. It's speculative, but it's worth a shot to take a look.
Well, I got to tell you, that on its face sounds exciting. So it sounds like we're going to have you back here in just a couple of weeks. But I really love the way you painted, the path and your road and where you're going. And it sounds like you've got it all figured out. And why wouldn't you? You guys have held steadfast to graphite as a battery material for the last 10 years. And, you're on the cusp now of making that all come true. So, hats off to you and your team for, staying dedicated, keeping the company going through some of the toughest times. We had the financial crisis, 2009 for the globe. We had the small cap market almost implode in 2015. And Lomiko has not only made it through all that, but thrived. So for everyone at home, I think that's just quality indication, quantifiable indication of what Paul and his team are capable of when they can get through the bad times. If we got the good times coming, that's probably a company you want to do your due diligence and take a close look at.
Yeah, you have to be prepared for success, George. And you and I both know in this industry, that's the most important thing. Success may come sooner or later, but as long as you're prepared for it, you're going to reap the benefits.
Paul, looking forward to having you back in the next couple of weeks, and it sounds like many more times after that in 2019. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, George. Take care.
You've been watching Paul Gill. He's CEO of Lomiko Metals. The company trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, the symbol is LMRMF on the OTCQB. And for our friends in Germany and Europe as a whole, on the Frankfurt Exchange under DH8C. Now, next steps for you to do your due diligence, get to Agoracom, punch in the company's name or stock symbol, get to their hub. Look at the profile page. You're going to get all the information you need about the company, neatly summarized there, easy to consume, and you'll be up to speed really fast. And then, naturally, you're going to have more questions. That's what we're looking forward to. Post your questions. Paul and the team will make sure they get you your answers. Everybody sees the question. Everybody sees the answers. Full transparency, and we like that about companies like Lomiko that are looking forward to answering and being wide open and transparent. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you next time.
Today, Every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives about what's going on at their companies. Back with us again, we're happy to have him as always, Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR, and for our friends in the US, LMRMF. Now, for those of you who might be new to the story, Lomiko is in the midst of proving up a very high-grade graphite deposit. That's the La Lutte Flake graphite property. It's high grade and located about 120 kilometers northwest of Montreal. So it's in a fantastic area. It's got two great zones, the graphene battery zone and the refractory zone. They've reported multiple 100-meter intercepts and multiple high grade zones as well. And that's what we're here to talk about. Paul, welcome back.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me back on.
And we're not just going to be talking about La Lutte today, but I think we're also going to be having some great conversation about what Corona means to the global supply chain and how that's going to impact you specifically and the graphite, the graphite supply chain. But let's talk about La Lutte first. The news that you put out a few days ago, and I'm reading this, Lomiko and Quebec Precious Metals agreed to update 100% option of the La Lutte Flake graphite project. So you're committing 1 million shares and $1.1 million of spending by 2021. What precipitated the move?
Well, we've always wanted to have 100% ownership of the La Lutte property before we do any kind of work on the PEA or proving up the exact numbers that are in the ground. And so we had a chance to extend the agreement that we had previously with Quebec Precious Metals is the new name of the company. So we were able to get that done now. We're looking at, I think, a long period of time in order to complete that transaction. Gives us time to get permits to work on the project and get on with metallurgy and some of the other work that we want to do.
And was this almost the final hurdle? Did you want to have 100% so you could actually make the moves and do what you got to do in terms of metallurgy, Fortitude 101, eventually PEA? Is this the catalyst?
Yeah, the important element here is that you own 100% of the property. Then you are able to do metallurgy to prove what's there. That will move right into the 43-101 resource calculation. And we think that's going to be very good. And that resource calculation, along with environmental studies, community studies, and graphite characterization studies, will allow us to create a preliminary economic assessment. And the reason why that PEA is very important is that allows us to get offtake agreements at that point in time. So we've got a plan in place. We've got milestones we have to meet, and I think that this is what we wanted to do, and we're continuing along with that path.
Only because you mentioned it, I'm going to veer off a little bit and ask, do you have a level of confidence yet that offtake agreements will be a part of the future? Have you seen the requisite kind of interest that leads you to believe that?
Yes, we have. We've seen offtake agreements with Nouveau Monde, which is our nearest competitor. We've had other ones that were signed in the past on an MOU basis. There is a demand for the material. What did happen in the market, generally speaking, in 2018 and 19 was that we had African producer Syrah, which is actually an Australian company, Syrah Resources, come out and start producing. And they put a lot of money into the ground in Africa, I think it says Mozambique, sorry. And the problem ended up is that the product that they were producing wasn't getting enough. They weren't getting enough dollars for it, so they'd spend $700 pulling it out of the ground and processing it, but they'd only be selling it for 400. That's not a viable situation. So they blasted out a bunch of this material very cheap, killed the market, and that basically stopped anyone signing offtake agreements with anyone. Right. And so that is, that's part of business. It's part of, commodity supply, that you have to understand that there's buyers and sellers out there that have their own mandates. And these sellers, just basically wanted to pay all the bills they had. So they didn't realize they were going to really wreck their own company doing it, which they have. But they're also put a dent into the general market of graphite, which, eventually will be able to support those kinds of mines, just not now. We just don't have the penetration of electric vehicles into the consumers right now.
But that's also okay with you because you're not ready to supply the market right now anyways. So if that's 2 to 3 years from now, that plays right into your hands.
Yeah, and what it does is right now with the depressed prices, we're seeing companies go bankrupt out there. I mean, it's a sad reality, but you have a couple different companies that just aren't able to raise the funds to get to production right now. So a lot of guys that were ahead of us, Mason Graphite, Northern Graphite, Graphite One, that may be potential competitors, weren't able to get financing to build their mines and build the processing facilities. Mason has decided to go into the processing business, which is interesting, rather than the mining business. Nouveau Monde has a pilot project going right now, and they're waiting for a phone call from Tesla. So it's a great marketing.
Why are they waiting for a phone call from Tesla?
Well, it's part of their marketing, and I think it's they have a great video.
Thinking marketing or actually their marketing?
Well, it's just their market, the way they're marketing to their own shareholders and getting confidence. But I like Nouveau Monde's a great management team, and we're kind of working at the same types of projects, and there's going to be a need for many of these projects within North America. And I think what we see now is a whole supply chain disruption that might benefit all of these companies, and so that's the big news right now.
All right, so let's talk about that. And global, look, nothing has happened yet because the whole world is dealing with coronavirus right now, but you hear the rumblings already that this is going to have a massive impact on global supply chain, specifically on China being the de facto supplier to the world for so many things, for reasons that we don't need to discuss right now, but that's just the environment. So what could that mean to companies like Lomiko in terms of two things? One, your graphite becoming even more valuable, and I don't mean in terms of dollar value, valuable in terms of more demand because you're in Canada, you're in Quebec, you're quantifiable, people can touch you, you operate as a public company, so you're highly regulated. So one from that, and two from a lot of these battery manufacturers, these gigafactories changing or switching locations of where they're going to manufacture to either North America or the West. So how big of an impact, a positive impact, do you see potentially coming in this global supply chain, which I'm pretty sure is going to become an election issue? So we're going to hear about this. We're going to start hearing about this by June, July. I'd be surprised if it took longer than that. What do you think how do you think that impacts you?
Well, I think it's a big, huge impact that we have to take into account. I mean, they already were working towards sort of a North American supply chain model between Canada and the US, because it's a long-standing issue that all of the rare earths and many of the critical metals such as graphite, lithium, cobalt, etc., that are used in the economy today are not supplied in North America. It's like, okay, you're you're a manufacturer of whatever thing you want to do, like a car, but you can't make the steel here, so the jobs are exported. So, it's crazy. We can't have an economy like that. We're losing parts of our economy to China, and so that
For a long time, right? That's why we've lost so much growth. You can't get growth off the ground, no matter how low you drive rates. So sorry, not continue. I wanted to just kind of interject.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what Japan is going through right now. They can't compete with China, and so they're importing a lot of those manufactured products. You're giving away a lot of economic growth doing that. You can't do that in the long term and continue to grow as a country. And so we're a country that I think is in a good position, being right beside the United States, one of the biggest economies in the world. And so we have the material in the ground, and Quebec is especially a good place to be.
Sure.
Because they have a good mining jurisdiction, good mining laws. And I think with the general global supply chain disruption that's going on, they're looking to supply this material and perhaps even start building these mega factories in Canada and the US. And I think there's 5 or 6 underway right now. There could be more.
So let me ask you, Paul, nothing ever happens in a perfect world, but if everything went your way reasonably in terms of raising some money and, going through metallurgy and 43101, all those kind of things, how far away could you realistically be from being at the PEA stage, I guess, where you can start to sign offtake agreements, and B, actually start delivering on those things? What does it look like for you guys?
Yeah, I think right now to get to the PEA is about 1.5 years, because we'll raise money to buy 100% of the property. That's the number one task. Then metallurgy, which takes about 3 months to come in. That's one of the big risk factors you want to remove. Graphite characterization is a large flake, medium flake that can be converted to spherical graphite. You're going to do well. And then you have the 43101 resource. You'll define what you have in the ground. And also what's really important for us is to also use that graphite characterization to define exactly where it's located on the property. So if there's a section that's high carbon content, high grades in the ground versus the waste rock, and meaning it can be popped out really easily, that's high value material. So we need to define exactly where that is. And if there's pockets of that near the surface, all of a sudden those can be reported in terms of spherical graphite value, which is $27,000 to $3,000 per ton US now, as opposed to the actual average price for graphite material, which is probably $700 to $800. There's a whole range of this material. So we want to be able to supply that high-end material. That's the most important market for us. And then everything else can fall into place with the other markets as we're producing that high-end material.
To get that done, though, you're going to need to raise money along the way. What's the appetite out there right now? On the flips, and I can see on the one hand, naturally, the easy part to predict is that it's difficult because a lot of liquidity a lot of the risk liquidity has kind of gone away, or at least hiding for now. But on the flip side, you're a company directly related to the emergence of electrical vehicles in the next decade, for the next 50 years. So which one of those plays stronger so that you guys can actually start, closing the money that you need?
Yeah, well, a public company, generally speaking, like us, junior mining, depends on retail investors, and retail investors are pretty scared right now of putting any money into anything. So that's the difficulty we face with retail investors. On the flip side, institutional investors are now looking at deploying large amounts of capital to these long-term projects, because no one's building malls anymore. No one's building these huge infrastructure projects as much. So they need to deploy, they have capital to deploy that they want to get returns on. And so we're in a great position to chat with some of those people that are going to, be able to give us $100 million to build a project out, and then wait another 5 or 6 years for us to be able to pay that loan back out of the revenue and profit.
Let's switch gears a little bit to where the market may be going, because there are two factors that I see playing off each other. And when I mean the market, I'm talking about the demand for electric vehicles going forward. On the one hand, Tesla, despite everything that's gone on, I'm looking at right now trading at $708 a share. So relatively unscathed. I mean, some damage to it, but you talk about going from 900 to 708. You're still really strong, considering in October is sitting below 300. So it's held very strong. What does that tell you? And then we'll get into the oil supply shock side of things. But what does Tesla's performance tell you about the future of electric vehicles?
Well, let's listen to the wisdom of the markets. The wisdom of the markets has told us that Tesla was one of the last to go down in this particular in all of these big companies, and it was the first to jump back and recover its value. So what that tells you is not only is the industry a very good industry to be in, but Tesla is a bellwether stock that people are looking at in the same sort of context as Apple, Google, or Amazon. I mean,
yeah, they're looking 5 years out. They're not looking 5 weeks or 5 months out.
Yeah, and there is a loyal customer base and a loyal shareholder base, and they're almost copycats of each other. The loyal customer base will continue to buy Teslas and continue to advertise Teslas to their family and friends and everyone else. And this is, of course, high net worth people. It takes a bit of money to buy a Tesla, but there's a good portion of people that are going to be buying those kinds of cars, and they just stop buying their Escalades and their Rolls Royces and their other cars, right? So Tesla's supplanting some of the demand for those types of luxury vehicles right now. Whether they penetrate down into bigger markets is the next step that we'll see. But they're well established as a supplier of luxury vehicles right now, and that's an accomplishment that we have to take or tip our hat to.
And I'm not even sure they need to penetrate down into the more affordable, because maybe somebody else will just pick up that slack. Tesla might end up being the Mercedes, BMW of 20 years ago. Not now, they got these smaller vehicles, but they may turn out to be the Mercedes or BMW of the electronic vehicle space, and let somebody else have. But the bottom line is, even though they're focusing on that, they still got a market cap of $126 billion, and it jumped here. Look, just at the beginning of April, it was sitting about $460, and in 2.5 weeks, up to 709. You're talking about $50 billion of market cap that's rebounded. So people naturally believe that electric vehicles are here to stay, no matter what happens in the next months out of Corona.
Yeah, there was an interesting situation back in October where Elon Musk, or maybe it was summer of last year, where Elon Musk went to Saudi Arabia, came out and said, "Oh, we're done. We've got investors." And then he got slapped with a $40 million fine from SEC for saying that, because the stock price of Tesla went up. But he didn't care, because you know what? He's got all the money in the world behind him from Saudi Arabia. I think that's the fact. If you have a limited supply of capital in order to grow your business and to deal with any cash calls and everything like that, you can't lose. It's like betting against the house in Vegas.
Yeah.
So I see all these Tesla bears talking about fundamentals, and people saying, "Oh, well, the car is not run well, and this and this and that." Look, guys, wake up and smell the cappuccino, okay? This is happening, and you better get on the train, because Tesla's going to be like a huge win. And that's great for us in Lomiko, because we want to be a supplier to those kinds of vehicles built in North America.
Hey, and for those of you out there that hopefully are following Agoracom, whether it's on LinkedIn or Twitter, you'll find my call on Tesla, just as a side note, pat on the back, when is it? $40. $40. I don't know, 3-4 years ago. It was April 1st also. Yeah. And I said, Tesla's a buy at $40. It's a multi-generational buy. This is it, because it's got a leader like Steve Jobs, and it's got a product like Apple. And they talked about you're going to see it at $600 someday, and here we are at $708. Now I sold lower than this, but I'm still happy. But there's no doubt that that's what. But let me ask you the flip side, which is the price of oil has gone through a shock. The entire oil industry has gone through a shock. We all know the numbers. Even the futures are trading at $10 a barrel right now, $10, $11 a barrel. The spot prices, you're hearing these horror stories that I've gone double-digit negative because buyers actually have to pay the suppliers to keep it because they have nowhere to put it. Now, we know that's not going to stay like that. Eventually, the economy is going to get back on its feet. But there is a real possibility of oil being at being between $10 and $20 for a year or two, right? Yeah. So the question I have for you is, as the consumer gets used to really cheap prices at the pump, significantly cheaper airline tickets because oil, the fuel is the number one. Fuel is one of the one or two top expenses for that contribute to plane tickets. Is there a risk here that the electric vehicle movement actually pauses or takes a bit of a step back? You can't stop it, but pauses because people are saying, "Hey, this is just too good to give up. I'm okay with 40 cent per liter oil at the gas station."
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and that's something that people have to examine. And I think that there's a lot of people writing about that situation right now. But here's my view on it: is that the Tesla owner isn't necessarily concerned about the price of oil or switching to another product. They've got an Apple type product, meaning that is their life. They've got the Apple computers and Apple phones and Apple iPods and this and that. So that's the same thing with Tesla. You're going to have a Tesla wall. You're going to you're going to have solar panels or whatever. You're going to buy that product because you're a believer in that product. Absolutely. That's not going away. And I think the price of oil doesn't make a darn bit of difference in that.
I say you can say damn, that's all right. But what impact does it have on the non-Tesla owner, George and Bob and Mary, who have been thinking, I got to go electric soon. And now they're seeing some crazy price at the pumps and saying, well,
it's going to
go to electric soon because I'm not spending I'm spending 1/3 to 1/4 of the money I was spending last year on my gas.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people, a lot of companies that are playing for that cheaper market, whether it be GM or other ones in that ilk. But they're going to be hurt by it more than the Tesla would be because Tesla's at a different level. People talking about a $15,000 or $16,000 car that's electric versus internal combustion. They might just go for the internal combustion because now operating costs are a bit cheaper. But that isn't going to affect the luxury owner as much. That decision, the elasticity there about the price of oil doesn't matter to someone who's got a plug-in and has changed their lifestyle, because it's a lifestyle change. I think it takes a lot to decide not to be to go off of oil and start plugging in your car. That's a different situation, right? I mean, when people start doing that, they're not going back. I don't think they are.
Paul, thanks for joining us. I love the insight on the global supply chain, where electrical vehicles are going, and how that impacts you sitting just over 100 kilometers outside of Montreal with amazing infrastructure, which is amazing access. For those of you who don't know Canadian geography, great access to the northeastern or the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S. market. So, glad for you to join us. Glad to talk about it. And and glad to see that Lomiko is actually moving forward, with this press release, with this news out of Quebec Precious Metals, and going out there to raise the funding to move everything forward. That's a great sign, and can't wait to have you back on when you're moving the company forward on the next milestone.
Yeah, thanks so much, George. And you know what? We're going to keep working away at this. That's how you get things done, is you continue with your plan and execute on the plan. There might be delays or diversions, but the plan is there, and I think it's a solid one. Thanks very much.
You've been watching Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR, and for our friends in the U.S. on the OTCQB under LMRMF. Look, I've said this on other webcasts. You've got a lot of time on your hands at home right now, or if you're working a little less than usual, or for some people, not at all. We got a lot of time. There's only so much time you can spend on Netflix. There's only so many walks you can take. Use this time to do your due diligence. And Lomiko Metals is an amazing company to do due diligence on, because Paul is very open, communicative. You can find him on LinkedIn, find him on Facebook, find him on Twitter, see all the things he has to say. We've done a number of interviews just since the fall, right? That maybe probably about 4, maybe 5 interviews. Watch those, take a close look. And when you see the company is actually, locking down 100% of La Luta based on this latest press release with Quebec Precious Metals, they're serious about their future. Great time to do your due diligence. And when you have your questions, get over to Agoracom, start asking those questions so Paul and his team can answer them for you. You just might discover your next great small cap company. So thanks for joining us, everyone. Have a fantastic day. Continue to stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to sit down with small cap executives about what's going on at their companies. And after a pretty busy summer, back from Labor Day, we're happy to have him back. Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US on the QB under LMRMF, and for our friends in Europe on Frankfurt under DHHC. Now, for those of you who are new to the story, Paul's going to be on here to discuss the emergence of Lomiko's La Luta high-grade flake graphite property from a mining development project into a viable, serious asset capable of providing supply to the 91 lithium-ion mega factories currently in various states of development around the world. The company's got some exciting next steps, so I'm not going to steal his thunder. We're going to get right into it. Paul, hope you had a great summer. Welcome back.
Hi, George. Thanks. It was a great summer. Lots of progress.
Yeah, and you weren't quiet over the summer because we had an interview in July. You've been putting out news, so let's get to it. La Luta, you've done a lot of work there. The next 6 months is going to be go time, where we'll really find out what you got. But what do we know about La Luta today? Why is it so special?
Well, just in July, George, we were able to put out our last batch of drilling on the La Luta property. And again, there was fantastic results. We continued to see a developing story and a whole new area of mineralization at the refractory zone, which paralleled our other zone called the graphene battery zone. So now we have 2 different distinct areas in which there's mineralization. And the big kicker was the refractory zone was 3 times the grade. So we're really excited about that. And I think that will, wake up some people once we get a 43-101 in the preliminary assessment.
And I remember in our last conversation, grade was very important for you. You wanted to be at or above the 10% mark. Are you happy that you're probably going to be there now?
Yeah, a number of intercepts were well above the 10% area. Then we had 18, 17, 16, 14, and over significant widths, 20, 40, and 100 meters. I mean, those are kinds of intercepts that a mining engineer loves, and so they're a lot of them are looking at it and licking their chops and trying to figure out how they're going to get involved. And so we're inundated with proposals right now. So we're really happy to see that. But it's just a justification for our strategy. Our strategy was, let's not go to the market with a subpar project. Let's go to the market with a top 5 project worldwide, a world-class project, and now we've got the guns to do it with.
Is it too early to say that you're a world-class project already? And do you have to wait for the 43101, or are you pretty confident you're at that? You've got it already?
Yeah, I think that with the kind of grades that we have seen, we're definitely knocking on the door. Now, you remember that we've got 12 anomalies on this project. We've only drilled 2, and both of them have mineralized zones. So, I think it's a little bit early. Maybe, yeah, you're right to call it a world-class project with 170 drill holes into it. And if you look at our PowerPoint and the highlights that we've made on various different drill holes, you're probably going to go blind because it's all yellow. On which ones to highlight was the toughest thing, because there's so many different highlighted areas. So we're definitely aiming to, I think, wake some people up and say that North America has a part to play in the graphite market.
So the rubber's going to hit the road with the 43101 and then the PEA after that. Can you give us a rough timeline now? Do you have a ballpark timeline of when to expect the 43101, and then maybe when to expect the preliminary economic assessment for PEA?
Yeah, we announced our drilling results in July. We were really trying to go hard and get the engineering firm tied up to do the 43101. That didn't happen. We've since that time announced a financing, which we should talk about later. But we need to make sure that we go through and get the financing done, and then we'll have enough dollars to pay for that 43101 and the preliminary economic assessment. In regards to timeline, I think we're looking at October as a timeline for the 43101, and then a number of different reports that make up the preliminary economic assessment are going to come out. Metallurgy, cost, looking at infrastructure areas, community relations, also looking at the conversion of the material to spherical graphite and potentially graphite anode material. Those are all value add components, and what we've seen is that the spherical graphite market is far and away more value add than just raw graphite. So I think that that's what the world is looking for. These 91 mega factories that you mentioned out there that are building lithium ion batteries, they will need this product, but they will need the end product, the graphite anode. So if we can get there, that's a really good economic argument to make for this company.
And just to go back and finish off the conversation on the financing, the way you're sounding, 43101 in October, PE after that, it sounds like you're pretty confident you're going to be able to get this financing done in order to really be prepared for what comes next.
Yeah, I think what happened in August is that we really had a choice to make. Were we going to continue on with private placements and non-brokered financings, or are we going to get serious and get a broker partner involved and attract some of the institutions? Institutions don't necessarily participate in non-brokered financings. So we made the choice to go brokered with this financing. It's going through all of the due diligence at present, and I think we're really positive on that. And it has and will attract, I think, institutional money, which I think is where we need to go with this. I know that some of the retail people will also benefit from that as well, simply because they'll have more confidence in having a complete due diligence package done.
And look, the implication has to be that I make an inference here. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but the decision to go broker, to go through the extra due diligence, the extra cost, expense, and time has to indicate a high degree of confidence that you've got in both in La Loutre and the success of the financing. So am I way off on that inference?
No, we don't want to waste our money. So of course, yeah, there had to be some justification for going that route. And at any given time, a company has to make a decision to bring in financial partners that are able to reach out on its behalf and to their network, in addition to our own network, which is pretty good. But at the time that we were considering this, with a really good project ready to go into the next phase of development, and looking at perhaps even talking to some of the institutions in Quebec and some of the government associated institutions, brokered financing was the right move, and I think that the market will appreciate that as we move forward.
All right, so since you say look forward, let's look past that point now. So assuming with pretty confidence that, pretty much confidence you're going to get the financing, therefore, the PEA and 43101, all that's going to happen. Let's look forward. You had an interesting quote in your press release, in the last press release. I'm going to read it here. It's an excerpt. We are at the beginning of the battery materials bull market. Can you be competitive in this? You've got everything in place. Everything is done. Can you be competitive worldwide from Quebec, because you've got this fantastic project 110 kilometers outside of Montreal?
Yeah, I think we can. And what we see in the market today is a few supply chains being lined up. What we're seeing is a lot of projects in Africa, specifically Syrah Resources in Mozambique, is ending up supplying graphite production and graphite anode production that's happening in China. And what you're also seeing is that the export of graphite from China to North America has dropped precipitously the last 10 years, from say 90% of the market to 37%, and it's still going down. So what we're seeing essentially is supply chains being developed in Asia. Now we need to have those same supply chains within North America so that we don't have to depend on Chinese products per se, and especially coming to light the particular situation with the trade war at present. All of a sudden, if that were to escalate even further and we're getting products banned, some of the materials that go into electric vehicle batteries, that go into the Tesla mega factory in Nevada and other ones that are being developed in Boston and New Jersey and areas like that, won't have the raw product. They'll have to get it from somewhere else. And versus the, really comparing to the African or other jurisdictions that are prone to political upheaval and strife, we want a surety of supply in North America. We want to make sure that our products keep coming out, and so that's what we can provide, being in our location right outside of Montreal, near the Port of Montreal. It's able to go up and down the St. Lawrence and to the East Coast, and by rail all the way down to Nevada if necessary. I think that's important. It's more important, when we're talking about a part of a battery that may cost less than $1,000 overall to the cost of the car. So are you going to just stop making the cars if it costs $1,020? No, it's fine to pay a little more for the assurity that you're going to get the material you need. Yes,
your competitive advantage comes from having a great product, being a North American supplier, and price is pretty much not even an issue. So it sounds like you're saying we got two different markets you're going to be looking at. One is China and one is North America. Am I right in assessing that? And if that's the case, which one will be the greater focus for you? Do you go after the North American market because of the advantage you just talked about, and are you going to be big enough to be able to supply that market?
Yeah, I think that we'll have size. We have other competitors out there that are also looking at that market as well, which is Mason Graphite, Nouveau Monde, and other ones that are smaller than them. But I think you still need five different mines that are producing at a steady rate in order to supply just the Tesla factory alone. That's material. That's information that came from Benchmark Mineral Intelligence. So we know that there's going to be further lithium-ion megafactories being built, and there are about 5 in North America. So realistically, you need some heavy production going on in North America to supply those and make sure there's a surety of supply. China is a whole other thing. That's a maybe 5 years down the road, because when you look at some of the information that's coming from Bloomberg, or you look at our site, we've quoted Bloomberg and some of the other ones, we're really going to see a huge increase in demand by 2022, 2023, all the way to 2030, as the adoption of the electric vehicle spikes. I mean, I was just watching today the unveiling of the Porsche Taycan, which is a new Porsche that's coming out. I mean, that's incredible to see them competing in that market. All electric, fast as anything, torque.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm telling you, I mean, when you see those kind of cars coming out, it means that everyone's going to get serious about electric vehicles. Ford, BMW, Porsche, all of them, Volkswagen, Volvo, are going to go that direction. So, and we're seeing certain pockets of adoption here in Canada. Certainly Vancouver is one of them. And in the United States, San Francisco area, you can't go anywhere without tripping over a Tesla. So I think that that's going to be a bellwether for what's coming.
You mentioned 2022, 2023. I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to ask you about that. Everything goes well, financing in place, 42101, PEA, everything goes well. When would you be ready? So if everything goes as planned, when would you be ready for La Luza to start actually supplying the North American market? You're going to be ready for 2022, 2023?
That's what the hope is to be able to get ready for 2022, 2023. There's a number of hurdles to get over, but one of the big things that we will get started is that when we get the preliminary economic assessment done in February, March of 2020, that'll be essentially a marketing document for investors that want to play in this space. So the investing arm of all of these car companies, BMW, Tata, VW, Volvo, Ford, Tesla, all of those will be able to examine or have their specialists examine the product that we're producing and provide an opinion on it. So if we get to that point, then we can add on that major financier that we will need to raise 100 million or so, we estimate, and this is just a guesstimate almost, because we're looking at other cost factors that have gone out there. For instance, Mason Graphite is looking at 40 to 50 million plus to get up and running. Nouveau Monde is about the same. Other ones are estimating about the same. So we can guesstimate about 100 million to get up and running. Well, that's a tough road for Lomiko to raise at the present time. We would need a strategic partner, and that's what we're looking for.
And is that why you mentioned your press release? You actually said that investors are skeptical of North American suppliers. Is that because you guys, you and the names you mentioned haven't gotten there yet? You still have hurdles. So in the meantime, the market is acting as if, okay, show me the money, and until then, I'm not going to pay a lot of attention to you, because these African suppliers are doing just fine. And if that's the case, what's going to be the catalyst? What's the hurdle that you need to cross where suddenly that skepticism comes off, and the whole investment community starts to really take the North American suppliers and Lomiko really seriously?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it as if it was a simpler thing. let's talk about it as if it was going out to eat at a restaurant. And that's the same thing that these lithium-ion factories are going through. They said, "Gosh, let's go out. We'll have something to eat," and all of a sudden they're hungry. Well, they're going to pop into a place that has the food ready. And Africa is able to extract and ship graphite material right now. It may not be the healthiest food. It may be fast food. It may not be converting into the right kind of end materials. You might have to, make sure that you put it in a microwave, heat it up or whatever. But that's the analogy, is that people want the food now, and it's cooked over in Africa. They'll be able to get it. But when they realize that there's some value add to having it in a local spot like Quebec, where there's lots of government support to keep the project going, they'll shift over, and it's all about a surety of supply. Even big companies like Imerys had a really tough time getting supply started in Namibia. They're a huge multi-billion-dollar company, and they spent $50 million in Namibia, and they walked away from that project. So that is a scary concept, that if a big company like that's going to walk away, well, there's going to be a potential for unrest in other areas. So right now, those groups such as Syrah Resources and others are able to meet supply, but even they are not going to be able to meet supply in the long term. It's just the short term. So we were thinking about long term. We're talking about the conversion of the industrial combustion engine, the ICE, to electric. That is mind-boggling. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry.
It's a paradigm shift. Let's face it. It's a complete paradigm shift.
Yeah, and it's not unlike other paradigm shifts that happened in the past. No one heard about the internet in 1990, and by 2000, everyone had it. And then no one knew about smartphones in 2000. By 2010, everyone had it. No one knew about social media in 2010, but in 2020, everyone has social media.
Streaming.
So
look at streaming. Streaming music, streaming movies. So 10
yeah,
years
and
ago,
there's
wasn't a thing. Today, that's everything, and that's what I love about the business you're in, Paul. Sorry to cut you off there, but you've been patient with La Luta. You've nurtured it along. You've been calling this paradigm shift, and we know it's going to happen. And when it does, it's going to be like that. And all of a sudden, Lomiko goes from, as you said it, skepticism from the investor community of North American suppliers to all of a sudden, hopefully, I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, but the market darlings at the end of the case, as far as the graphite world.
Yeah, this is exactly the case. We want to have our cake baked for the delivery at the exact right time the graphite market really takes off. That is how you get full value out of these products. I mean, I follow one of the best investors in this particular market is Frank Giustra, and kudos to him. I hope he gets a chance to watch this, but I mean, he was amazingly good at predicting when the lithium market would really take off, and he nailed it perfectly. As in 2016, he came out with Lithium X, just as SQM was stopping production down in Chile. All of a sudden, lithium took off, LIX took off. They made a lot of money. When SQM was ready to start production, he immediately sold that company. It was the best market timing project that I've ever seen. And I just look at that and go, that is perfect. That's the way you need to do it. You need to get in at the right time. But in order to attract a high-level investor like that, you have to be ready. You have to be ready. And I look back at our experience with the copper market in the early 2000s. We were not sure what was going to happen in 2001 with the copper market. It was 70 cents. People are leaving Peru, and people are saying, what the heck are you doing in Peru? The shining path is still out there somewhere, and etc. Well, we put our money down and said, this is a place to invest. And we took the risk, and we got rewarded. Copper took off. We attracted Wheaton River to that project, Gold, Gold Wheaton and Hud Bay Minerals to that project. So that was an incredible learning experience about how fast markets turn and how you have to be ready.
And knowing that you guys have done it before, Paul, should give everyone even more confidence that you've got a fighting chance, a real fighting chance at creating a winner here. So, let's revisit all of this now. The next, come close of financing, come 43-101 in October. Like I said, the next 6 months for Lomiko is going to be incredibly exciting because the rubber's going to hit the road. You're going to know exactly what you got. So I can't wait to have that conversation. I want to touch on one last thing before you go. Prometheus Technologies, that's a subsidiary of Lomiko, and you've recently, just announced a transaction. What's happening there? But more importantly, how does it impact the shareholder base?
Yeah, I think what's happened with Prometheus is it's really gotten to be its own company, and it's going to end up purchasing Lomiko Technologies from Lomiko Metals, and that gets two things happening. Lomiko Metals gets a shot in the arm, a financial shot in the arm of $1.3 million,
Nice.
and Prometheus ends up being able to put more money into smart home devices and graphene energy storage to get those projects off the ground and running, because Lomiko Metals just doesn't have the financial capability of running two different, completely diverse projects at the same time. So I think it's a good transaction. Lomiko Metals retains 20% of Prometheus, and we get a toehold into a really interesting, I think, unfurling of a new company. So it's
you get some great cash too. You get some great cash at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. So we're waiting for that one to complete, and I think it'll be a good opportunity for everyone.
Paul, thanks for joining us today, man. What I really love about it is Labor Day just went by, and bam, you're on Agoracom, talk to everybody about what's to come. You almost couldn't wait. In fact, you reached out last week, say, hey, I want to talk to everybody, and I think that's just a great sign that you're right out of the gate, you're sprinting. So thanks for being here, and looking forward to having you back on. I would say 30, 45 days at most.
Excellent. Yeah, we've hired IR. We've got everything running on max right now, so we're looking forward to the next 8 months and we're finally going to get to that value creation event.
You've heard it here first. Lomiko Metals, next 6 months. This is where the rubber hits the road. Make sure you do your due diligence. You've watched Paul. You've heard what he had to say. It behooves you now to take that extra step. Get to Agoracom, punch in the company's name or symbol, read the profile information, read all the information we got there for you. I would definitely recommend watching the previous interviews we've done with Paul. We've done a number of them in 2019 to really give that whole picture. And then finally, link over to the company's website from there so you can get the holes filled with any information you need. But make sure you're watching the company really closely in the next couple months, because financing 43-101, it sounds like all that is on the way. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Have a fantastic day. See you next time.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to Beyond the Press Release, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives right after they put out important news. And given the fact that this is a Sunday edition, it's big news. And it's Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals. The company trades on the Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, LMR MF. And for our friends in Europe on Frankfurt under DH8C. For those of you new to the story, that's going to be some of you. The company's in the midst of proving up a very big high grade graphite deposit. That's the Lomiko flake graphite property. That's 120 kilometers north of Montreal. Right now, the company's working towards a PEA, a pre-economic assessment that will increase, hopefully, its current indicated resource from 4.1 million tons of 6.5% to over 10 million tons of 10%. But what we're here to talk about is something that came right out of the blue on Friday afternoon. I'm going to read the headline. Lomiko Metals engages Kenmar Securities to raise $40 million for acquisition and development of critical metals projects. Paul, welcome back.
Thanks, George.
Quite the press release for a Friday afternoon. You know, in July, out of nowhere, we see the IROC halts the stock, you know, before the close, and we see this headline. So you definitely got our attention. Question for you. It's kind of open-ended, leaves a lot of questions open, and we've been seeing them online. So let's clarify a few things. The first one is, this is money for acquisition and development of critical metals projects. Three things there. Let's talk about acquisition first. Where are you going there? We're looking at more graphite?
Yeah, there's potentially room for more graphite in the portfolio. We have room for, I think, development in other jurisdictions. So we're certainly wanting to look very carefully at that. North America, I think, is going to be a good location for graphite, and you want to have at least two producing projects in any particular field. A lot of gold companies have two projects, so you get the best sort of safety for the bottom line if you have the two.
As I read deeper into that, though, I also see development. So could some of this money be going towards developing La Lutte, because you know you're right in the middle of it there now?
Yeah, we see Nouveau Monde, who's a neighbor of ours, plugging away and getting funded by Pallinghurst. And so what we expected and what we came down to was that there's other capital companies out there looking to get a toehold in the same area. And I think with Lomiko, we're definitely in a Goldilocks zone with the proximity to Montreal and the port there, the proximity to Imerys, the producing graphite mine north of us, and highways right to the port and through the Gulf to get the product to market. And that whole section throughout there between Ottawa and almost up to Baie-Comeau has a graphite streak in it through the Grenville Trend, and that's where high-grade graphite deposits are. We're lucky in our particular area because our particular area has less sulfur, which is less cost for development. But those are things we have to figure out in the preliminary economic assessment, which we're hoping to accomplish with this raise.
Is this part of a big grandmaster plan? Because over at La Lutte, you're completing 100% acquisition there. Now you've got this happening. Is there a method to the madness here? Is there a bigger picture we're not seeing? And if it is, how much of it can you kind of unveil right now? How much can you shed some light on it?
Yeah, I think it's very clear where we're going, and we're following the trend. The trend is we need to secure supply of these critical minerals in North America. That's been recognized by the US Senate and the Canadian government. So we want to plug into that entire process and into that supply chain. So that's one big trend that's going on. Secondly, we're seeing more and more electric vehicles on the road, and people are making a big bet on Tesla. We've seen it go from 400 in March to 1,600 recently. Just unbelievable movement. That tells you that there is a big bet going on when it comes to electric vehicles, and that means there's going to be a requirement for the battery materials that are needed to make those lithium-ion batteries.
Capital structure impact, Paul. $40 million, obviously, if you're going to do that in all in equity, would be quite the shareholder dilution. We've seen questions about that. What can you tell us there? Is this something that you're planning to do on all equity? all debt, maybe a combo of both?
Well, in reality, it really is a matter and a function of price. We certainly can't take that much equity. We could, but it would be massively dilutive to current shareholders if we took it at this kind of price. So we're certainly looking at doing primarily loans in order to get the development going, and then looking at getting the stock price to a point in which we could take equity for the development further along. So that's the main thing that we want to get out to people. Is there going to be a huge dilution? No. We've done really well at consolidating stock ownership, and we have a number of million share club groups, of which we know a few, let's say. And so the point here is to take it to the next level, and loans, I think, are the logical choice when you're given a bull market that's yet to manifest, and you have, I think, a market in graphite, for instance, that's going to be robust. So how do we maximize shareholder value? Well, we take a loan, develop the project, develop the value,
Nice.
and then add others as well that will develop and that value as well for shareholders. So that's really what we're all about. We want to be focused on wealth creation. This is the way to do it.
Kenmar Securities isn't exactly Goldman Sachs, devil's advocate here. How confident, what's your confidence level that, this will get done? And ballpark, what are you thinking about ETA wise?
Yeah, the people that we know at Kenmar Securities are new to that particular firm, and they've come from a long history of commodity and metals investment. So yes, Kenmar is new, but the people that are coming into the project and coming into that particular fund or securities firm are very very adept and very knowledgeable and very connected in the metal forums. We just happen to be one of the first deals they've done. Now we know that there's going to be others, and that they have the connections to create large facilities of cash for the development of companies. And so they're getting into it now, and we just happen to be at the right place at the right time and have the right conversation. And it's an opportunity that looked good on both sides. And certainly they've been attracting a lot of attention now with other juniors. And that's fine with us. We just want to be the first one to get the cash and move forward and create value on our project.
Well, I read two things into that also, Paul, putting on my hat, which is we're in a yield-starved world. You got negative yields in Europe. You've got essentially zero in North America. I mean, they're a joke. So there are debt instruments out there everywhere looking for yield. But the second part is, yield only looks for opportunities where it thinks there's going to be cash to pay it back, to play that coupon. So, should I be reading into that a little bit more, that you have a much higher level of confidence that you're going to be generating the cash flows necessary in order to, pay that coupon?
Yeah, I certainly feel that we have what it takes in Lelut to achieve those end goals of being able to have a profitable enterprise. I mean, that's what we're here for. We're here to create a profitable enterprise that will be able to pay its bills and pay dividends to shareholders eventually. That's really where we have to look in order to create value. Now, the other thing that's happening, George, that if you step back and you realize a lot of these companies that have been involved in real estate development for the last 20 or 30 years have done massively well and created incredibly large war chests.
Right.
But really, bricks and mortar investing in real estate isn't going to be a big thing anymore. You're not going to see a lot of malls being built. People are shopping online, so they've got to redeploy that capital, look at where to invest. And mining is a perfect location that translates well from real estate because you're owning land, you're putting in development costs, and you're coming out the other side with a product.
Yep.
And before it used to be rent, now it's going to be actual product that you can sell and create a very good bottom line with. So I think it makes a lot of sense on the macroeconomic scale, and of course, we feel it makes a lot of sense on the microeconomic scale.
A lot of money going to be diverted from real estate now, that's for sure. Commercial vacancies are going to be going through the roof, and money that would normally be plowing into that space is going to be looking for another place to go. And it looks like Lomiko may be the benefit, Paul. I want to thank you so much for joining us on a Sunday to get this out to your shareholders, because you put this press release out on Friday, and we thought it was important to have it in front of the market, in front of your shareholders on a Sunday evening before the market's open tomorrow.
Yeah, well, news happens when it happens, right?
Sure.
So you can't control when you get the document, and so when we got it, we took action right away to get the information to shareholders. It's been a long negotiation, not a hugely long negotiation, but a very detailed one, in which we engaged interest and then got Kenmar to commit to doing that. And I think there's more to come, and we don't be surprised to see more news releases that might be eye-openers.
Nice. That's a great way to end off right there. You've been watching, or if you've been listening by podcast, to Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the venture under LMR, on the OTCQB under LMRMF, and for our friends in Europe on Frankfurt under DHHC. Do your due diligence. Don't say we didn't tell you so. Hopefully you just discovered, or you've now got even more faith in your next great small cap graphite company. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great evening. Talk to you next time.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives about what's going on at their companies. With us today, happy to have him back to start off the new year, the new decade, Paul Gill, CEO at Lomiko Metals, trades on the venture under LMR, and for our friends in the US on the OTCQB under LMRMF. Now, program note, for those of you that are watching, love the fact that you're watching, but if you can't always get yourself in front of a screen to watch, you can also listen to these interviews on your favorite podcasts, including Spotify, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast. That way, bring us into your car, into the waiting room of the doctor, the bus, wherever it may be, because at the end of the day, you want the information as fast as you can. For those of you who are new to the story, Lomiko is in the midst of proving up a very high-grade graphite deposit. That's the La Lutte graphite property that's beautifully located just a little over 100 kilometers away from Montreal. Big numbers there already out of two zones, the graphene battery zone and the refractory zone. We're waiting for the resource estimate to come out. We'll talk about that maybe here, but that's what the market's really waiting for, and we're all expecting something really nice to come out of that. But before we talk about that, what we're talking about here, I'm going to read the headline, is that Canada and the United States have finalized their critical metals collaboration agreement. Paul, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me on.
Happy New Year to you and everyone at Lomiko. And I can only imagine where Lomiko is going to be 10 years from now, given what we're seeing with this collaboration and what we're seeing in the electric vehicle market that's just now starting to really take shape.
Yeah, George, we think this is the electric vehicle revolution that's kicking off in 2020, and it's going to go on for the next 10 or 15 years. We're going to see a lot of developments in electric vehicles. We look today at the charts, and Tesla's over $500 per share. I mean, that means that there is a bull market in these electric vehicles, and likewise, there's going to be a bull market in the materials needed to build them. So
So
we
let's talk.
were looking at a number of things, including that trade agreement that have factor into that.
And a lot of people don't know about this agreement because it just kind of came into fruition right around the holidays, right? There aren't a lot of details out about it. So the name is pretty explanatory for industry people like you and I reading it. But, you know, you as a CEO, maybe tell us how important this is, and generally, not necessarily to Lomiko yet, but more generally speaking, you know, how important is this to the Canadian resources market, especially when it comes to competing with China?
Yeah, it's highly important, and we've been watching this develop for a number of years. They've defined critical metals since 2011 and 12, and they finally really got together and organized a supply chain that's going to be North America based. That's really what the collaboration is all about. Let's make sure we have supply chain assurity that we if we build factories here in North America for lithium-ion batteries or for electric vehicles, the materials needed to build them will be available. And right now, all of those materials, the majority of those materials come from outside North America. A lot of it comes from China. And we know that China and the US have had their disagreements. They're two superpowers vying for number one spot in the world when it comes to control over the economy. And the Chinese would rather sell us lithium-ion batteries fully made rather than investing in companies here in North America that will make those batteries. And I think it's highly important for our own economy to be part of that supply chain and have you know, a factory set up here in North America that'll employ workers here.
And it's interesting that you talk about the fact that conversation about this first started in 2011, but it really started to take a life on of its own when the Chinese were intimating, making little threats that they may hold back a lot of these, you know, critical metals from the U.S. as part of bargaining chips for you know, for this trade, you know, this tariff war that they're in. So what will this mean now that it's actually happened, right? So it's on its way. There's no stopping it now. What do you think this will mean for investment into Canadian juniors? That, and this isn't going to be gold and silver companies. These are going to be the critical metals companies. What do you think that does? Does it literally turn the focus on them overnight now that this is official?
Well, it gives us a level playing field with all the American companies that are looking for these same materials in America. So, you know, we know that Quebec has a number of different opportunities in rare earths, graphite, and lithium. It's got an overabundance of material and good mining opportunities in Quebec. So, you know, even the premier called it the green battery of North America, primarily because of its great hydro and resources. So I think what it does is it puts us on a level playing field. We'll be able to supply materials, and we may be able to upgrade those materials and supply higher value items to the North American market, to factories that are being built to build lithium-ion batteries or other materials that are related to electric vehicles. So it's a big deal. It gives us a competitive advantage, and I can see that investment has already come into the industry on the basis of this. We're seeing a number of rare earth and graphite and lithium companies bounce back on this basis, and this is not a short-term situation. We're looking at a 10-year market. So we're seeing, for instance, graphite moving up, demand moving up 5 to 10 times in the next decade. That's an incredible amount. We're going to need to supply that, and we're going to have places to go in Canada and the US to fill that demand. Same thing with lithium. But the most important thing is that by volume, aluminum, graphite, those are the two big ones by volume. So those are the big mines that are going to be created. And remember, the backdrop here is 100 megafactories are being built around the world right now to supply lithium-ion batteries for all kinds of power packs, whether it be electric vehicles and Tesla or other ones, or in fact even cell phones. So, the step back and see the picture here, it's huge. The opportunity is big.
And you've touched on graphite. Naturally, everyone who's watching this at home is going to want to have that conversation. So, that's a great segue. I'm just going to ask you direct. How important is this to Lomiko in terms of really superpowering your advancement forward and your progress forward as a company, as opposed to where you just were a year ago?
Yeah, right now we have 2 or 3 companies that have reached the feasibility stage. Mason Graphite, Northern Graphite, Nouveau Monde. These are all companies that have an opportunity to fit into the supply chain when they're at that feasibility stage by getting investment to go to the next level. Lomiko Metals is 1/10 of the market cap of all of those other ones. And so we have an opportunity right now to build up and do a 43-101 resource, and then step up and do metallurgy and progress towards a preliminary economic assessment, which will go a long ways into describing the value we have, the material in the ground. And I think we have very comparative property to all those other ones, which are trading 30, 40, 50 cents. And so we're looking forward to getting the word out and telling people that now is the time. We're looking at 10 years of very, very good markets for these materials. And we should really take the opportunity to invest in Canada and invest in some of these companies.
Are those companies competitors? Naturally, they're competitors, but do you view them as pure competitors, or are they just necessary because, as much as you love to, Lomiko won't be able to service 100% of the North American market, so you need other companies there just to handle the load? So, do you fit in nicely when you come to the market at some point with your 43-101 resource estimate? Do you think you start to fit in nicely into that picture as well, into that group?
Yeah, we're not necessarily directly competitive, but we are competitive when it comes to investment dollars. Within Canada, but there's a bigger pie that's going to be created here when U.S. investors realize that there's opportunities. If you look at the big picture, Tesla being at $500 plus per share, and all of these other new companies coming into the electric vehicle industry, that just means you need that much more volume. 100 megafactories of lithium ion, these are huge factories. Each of them have 10,000 workers in them. Wow. In China, for instance. These are huge factories. This is not small stuff. So each one of those will probably need, or 2 or 3 of them might need one mine alone. So if that's the case, we still need about 25 to 30 of these new graphite mines, a number of new lithium mines. And so, we're not necessarily competitors on that global scale, but if we have a success in North America for supplying graphite, we're gonna get a lot more attention for all the rest of the companies. So I think it really helps to have a competitor that's ahead of us, that's already paved the road. We just need to follow that same path and get to the same conclusions about our property, which we've looked into it. We think we've got something.
So if I'm reading between the lines there, even with you guys coming online, plus the companies you mentioned, am I reading too much into it to say that you're actually calling for there's going to be a supply shortage for the graphite, the kind of graphite that's necessary for these gigafactories?
Yeah, like for every given mine, not 100% of it will be able to be converted into electric vehicle graphite anodes. That's not going to happen. There's maybe only 15 or 20% of each mine that can be used for that purpose. So you're going to have to dig through a lot of material to find the right stuff. So that's why you need a number of small mines opening within Canada. And there's room for a lot of companies to develop in this industry. And the more companies there are, the more investors there are attracted to the industry, and the more attention we get as one of the ones that have been in the industry for 5 or 6 years. So I think we have to make the pie bigger. We have to reach out and tell people about the opportunity in lithium and graphite and cobalt as well. I think those are a number of big opportunities in the next 10 to 15 years.
Paul, are we going to look back at this agreement, this collaboration, as a big turning point in this critical metals market for Canadian juniors? You think we'll be looking back this 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now and say this is a major turning point because North America wants to buy North American?
Well, I think we have to look back at the history of the architect of this particular plan, and that's Lisa Murkowski, who is the senator from Alaska, Republican senator from Alaska, who actually put together a plan around oil and energy back 10 or 15 years ago. And that was because she wanted to develop the Bakken region and Alaska oil as well, and have America become a supplier and exporter of oil. Well, they've accomplished that.
Yeah.
They are now self-sufficient, and that's a powerful, powerful thing. If you were dependent on another economy or country, you've got a weakness. So it's absolutely required that they have enough materials to build out their economy, and that the economy we know is going towards the electric vehicle. Electric vehicles need graphite, lithium, cobalt, and a number of other rare earths. So, if you step back and look at that picture, there's a direct line from the political sort of outset to right to our front door. And I think we have a great opportunity to plug into that supply chain, build the materials that are required, and really turn this into a big situation.
And that was a really lofty goal, 10 years ago from her, but and took a while, but it worked. So you got to figure that now everyone's just going to follow the same blueprint and blast through it fearlessly, because now they've seen the power of being self-sufficient on energy. So you got to figure everyone's going to be hungry to be self-sufficient on critical metals.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is one of the most important things a country can have, is self-sufficiency when it comes to materials. And just think about this: if it isn't grown, it's mined. Every product that isn't grown has to be mined, or a part of it has to be mined. So we know that these materials have to come from somewhere. And let's not be naive about, Teslas are completely free of metal. No, they're not.
Yeah.
We have to have materials to if you want to impact climate change, or you're environmentalist, thank God for you, but you need to mine. And we have to have control over what comes out of the ground here in North America, and not depend on Africa or South America, or export our problems. We can make very efficient, very economic, and very sustainable mines right here in North America. Let's get it done.
Last question, Paul. You've had some great fortune with governments. You had the Quebec government a few months back say, we're going to go green as far as our public transportation, everything. Remember that? That was really big. And with La Loutre being just northwest of Montreal, they couldn't have been better news for you. Now we got this. So the table is set. The big question, I saved it for last, not to put you on the spot, but maybe you can help people at home just what to look forward to. What are your thoughts on timing for the updated 43101 on La Loutre? And before you answer that, maybe give people who aren't familiar with the story an indication of how big La Loutre is already, what you already know about it, and then when the 43101 might come out.
Yeah, George, the what we were looking for is a top 5 project worldwide. That's what we were looking for when we found Lutra. We killed 3 projects in order to find this one. And what we found was an area that was over 2,800 hectares that had the first 2 exploration areas have both going to be resources. So we know this is a huge property. It can have material coming for a long, long time. Secondly, what we were looking at is defining some very high grades so it would be economic and very, very profitable. And that's what we did previously is we found 1 resource already. It was just a little bit under where we wanted. Now the refractory zone, we've drilled into it and the numbers have come back fabulous. We will now want to define that into a resource. And so where does that go from there? Well, what we do is we find what the economic value of that resource will be once we produce the material and take it to market. So we can go out there and shop it around to different investors, large-scale investors who'll help us build and help us market the product.
Sure.
But location is everything. Location is great, and you're right. Quebec is the green battery of North America. We're right near international port as well. We've got a highway going right past the property, all the way down to the Port of Montreal. We've got a large multinational called Imerys Carbon and Graphite, 50 kilometers away. So we've got a workforce that's ready to go. They're about to shut their mines down in that area. So we'll have an opportunity to either sell the mine or hire the workforce.
And timing on 43111, do you have a ballpark estimate? If you don't, then I don't want to pin you down, but naturally I think everyone who's watching or listening to this is probably thinking, hey George, ask them, what's a rough timeline estimate for the updated 43101 when you can really tell the market what you've got.
Well, it looks like we're going to have that 43101 around February or March. It really depends on how much money we raise. In the company, we're looking to raise small tranches now to get those things done piece by piece. 43101, metallurgy, and then the PEA. So we're looking at before March, and then by the end of the year on the PEA.
Paul, thanks for joining us today. Really great that you took the time to explain to everybody what this critical metals agreement between the U.S. and Canada really means, how big it is, because details they're still working on it. So the fact that you're able to come out and give your 2 cents from a graphite executive's point of view, I think is fantastic. And we look forward to the 43101 coming out. I'm sure sometime next 5 or 6 weeks we'll be hopefully back here again talking about that. But in the meantime, congratulations on this, because just more great news rolls into Lomiko's lap just at the perfect time. And this is the second time government's giving you a boost in your business plan, and I'm really happy for you guys.
Yeah, thanks, George. I mean, we're way ahead of the game. We know the puck is in the net. We see the net bulge, but the red light hasn't come on yet. So everyone else will wait for the red light. You and I know the puck's in the net, so we're happy as anything, and we'll wait for everyone else to catch up.
Well, with you saying that next time you're on with hopefully you're talking 43101, then I'm going to bring one of those Budweiser red light. Well, those Budweiser red
That's
light,
great.
turn it on when you can actually report, the findings of the 431 and the size and how big it is. So I'll hold you to that. But thanks for joining us, Paul. Really appreciate this.
Thanks, George. Have a good day.
You've been watching or maybe even listening to Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR, and for our friends in the US under LMRMF. If you're a believer in renewable energy, if you're a believer in what's going to happen to electric vehicles, and if you're a believer in what's going to happen to both of those in the next decade, then it behooves you to take what Paul has said, digest it, and begin your own due diligence. Start that on Agoracom, get to the hub for Lomiko, go into the profile section there where a lot of information is nicely laid out about La Lutra and all the things that you need to know. And then hyperlink over the company site to take a look at even more detailed information. And I'd also suggest watching or 2 or 3 of our most recent interviews, of the latest interviews we've done, so you can really get a feel. Do your due diligence. Great company, and not just because they're an Agoracom client, because you can't pay me enough to say something I don't believe in. But Paul and his team have been visionaries in graphite way before everybody else. They've been patient. They haven't hopped around from hot metal to hot metal. They've stuck with graphite, and they're about to be the beneficiaries of what looks like a fantastic decade. So why not you maybe be a beneficiary as well? Start your due diligence, get to Agoracom. Have a great day, everyone. Talk to you soon.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to Beyond the Press Release, our production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives about recent important news. And there's a big one out today. With us to talk about is Paul Gill. He's CEO at Lomiko Metals. The company trades on the TSX Venture Exchange under the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, it's on the QB under LMRMF. And for our friends in Germany on Frankfurt under DH8B. Now, before we get to the interview, for those of you who are new to the story, it's going to be a lot of you. Lomiko is in the midst of proving up a very high-grade graphite deposit. It's the La Luta flake graphite property, which is just 120 kilometers north of Montreal. It's got an indicated resource, about 18.5 million tons of 3.19%. That's just in the graphene battery zone. New drill results came out a couple of weeks ago from the refractory zone that doubled the strike length of the new high-grade zone. Hit about 88 meters of 7.14%, and more great results today. Paul, let's talk about it. Welcome back.
Thanks, George. Thanks for having me on.
Well, congratulations on this morning's news. I'm going to touch a little bit on the first drill hole. It was only one hole that you released, but it's an important one because it set the edge for this deposit. So let's talk about that one, the importance of it for people to really understand at home in layman's terms.
Yeah, it's very important. We had 2 very good holes in 2016, 14.5% over 110 meters and 135 meters of 7% plus. And that was a very good result. But that was right at the end of our drill campaign. Now we've started another 21 holes. And the first hole reported happened to be the one almost furthest away. So we're looking at that very significant chunk, and beyond just the 7% section, there's another section in those results that are high grade in the teens, and that's really the stuff we're looking for. But that is 450 meters away on a southeast trend. So the both deposits, the graphene battery zone and the refractory zone, run northwest to southeast. They're about 2 kilometers long, it seems.
Wow.
Now. And what we're doing for the rest of the drill results is we're reporting in between the 2 high-grade results we've already reported. So it's a really great situation. We think we have a very significant discovery here of graphite, and it's not located in Mozambique or Sri Lanka or Madagascar. It's here in Canada, good old Quebec.
Well, let's talk about some of the results today then, those the next 4 holes. You know, what kind of numbers were you hitting, and did that meet your expectations or exceed your expectations? Because obviously you guys were very confident going into this.
Yeah, I would say right now it's meeting expectations. We're seeing 110 meters of 5% approximately. We're seeing another chunk of about 45 meters of 7%. We have 21 meters of 17, 11 meters of 15. Those are the kinds of numbers that you need to really prove out tonnage and grade, because both are very significant in this situation. You want to be able to prove up a nice high grade large tonnage deposit.
And kind of define high grade for people at home, because let's face it, most people watching at home, as you said, a deposit in Montreal is different from a deposit in Mozambique in terms of grade and things like that. So you're talking about some nice percentages there. What is, what's almost the baseline that you would have been happy with, or that a project would be viable at, and how much higher above are you than normal?
Yeah, right now the baseline, the least acceptable is about 5%. That's where you have Nouveau Monds in there for about 90 million tons, I believe, of 5%, with a core of a little bit higher. You've got Northern Graphite with a large deposit, but it's a little bit lower grade. Mason Graphite is up around 17% on an average, and that's one of the highest grades in Canada. But you look at companies like SRG over in Africa and Syrah, they're looking at 5 or 6% over a large tonnage. Graphite One up in Alaska, you're looking at some very decent grades up there. But again, location is everything. So you got to have the right graphite mix of tonnage and grade and location. Because really, if you have something that's located at the end of the earth, it's going to cost a lot to get that transported over. And it's also a risk. Political risk is a reality in this world. We have to understand that. And it's very important that if we have a supply, if we're supplying electric vehicle battery materials to companies that are depending on it, they're going to want to guarantee that we can deliver the material. And if you're located in a location where there's political unrest, you just can't sign contracts like that. I don't think Tesla would want to sign a contract with someone who might or might not deliver. So, because it's not that critical to them what the price is. It's not the issue. It's about the guarantee that you can get the product.
And the last time I looked, 120 kilometers north of Montreal seems to be pretty politically stable to me at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, right near the port of Montreal. It's a half-day trip down, and don't forget that Imerys carbon and graphite's already proven that they can operate for 20 years at 7%, 7.74%, and they only had 5 million tons. So there's a lot bigger market coming here. I mean, remember, there's 71 mega factories being built around the world, 5 or 6 in North America. But those 5 or 6 are going to require at least 2 or 3, if not 4 mines in North America to supply the factories here. We're certainly not going to get material from China. It's getting its supply from Sri Lanka and other places like that, and it's chewing up internal supply. So I think we've got a very nice road here that's paved ahead of us, and all we have to do is prove that we've got some high grade, high tonnage, and have low sulfur content, because low sulfur content helps the deposit cost. We don't have to put lining on the tailings pond. We can use the waste material for road building. Some of the issues in some of the other deposits in Canada is the sulfur content. So I think we've got a lot of check marks here. We just got to get to the resource in the next little while here, and it's coming up fast. And we'll be set to get right into the pre-economic assessment.
And that's what I want to talk about. So you've obviously got some great results in terms of grade. By your own account, you talked about mega factories going up all over the world, including North America. So how confident are you that La Loutre is even going to be able to support this burgeoning, massive, growing industry? Do you have the tonnage? Will you have the tonnage? How do you feel about that?
Well, think about this. This is something I want people to think about. We've only drilled 2 of 12 anomalies on the property. This is just the start of drilling. I mean, we could spend 10 million drilling and still not get to the end of it. So we're not doing that. All we're doing is proving up these 2 areas so that we can get a world-class deposit out of 2 out of 10 anomalies. So yeah, what we think we can do is have a very high grade, very large tonnage per year mine. If we get to 1 million tons a year, being produced, that means at a 10% level, we're producing 100,000 tons of concentrate. Well, that a very high grade concentrate. Well, that's a good deposit. 100,000 tons, and if you're making $500 per ton, that's $50 million a year. That is going to be able to pay for your CapEx. So that's kind of, you got to have those goals in mind. You have to know where you're headed with this project. And, you know, and I've seen this before. I've seen very good projects before on the copper side with Norsemont. I think we're there. I think we're getting to the point where we can prove everything that we've been working towards, and that's going to be a great day for shareholders and for new investors.
You mentioned that you're in the middle of a 21 hole drill program. You put out 5 holes now. You got 16 more to come. I'll ask you 2 questions there, which is, what's the ETA for the other 16? And then once you've got those in, do you think at that point you'll have enough information on hand to know what you've got in terms of size, you know, in terms of mass and grade, just for those 2 zones?
Yeah, I think that we're going to get all those results out by the end of May. That's our target. You know, we had 2.8 kilometers worth of material to assay. I think we'll be able to prove exactly what we wanted to, which is a resource in double digits, both in tonnage and in grade. That is going to be an eye-opener, because the only other one that's in both double digits in tonnage and grade is Mason Graphite, and their market cap is 75 million, whereas our market cap is somewhere around 3 or 4 million.
Okay, so that sounds like we're gonna have that sounds like you're gonna be back a lot in the month of May, because we're already a few days into it, and you got 60 more holes. If everything comes back as planned, what do you do at that point? Do you you know, do you start reaching out for potential, you know, for potential supply agreements, saying, look, this is what we got, or do you want to keep drilling? What's the plan at that point?
Yeah, I think the number one goal is to get the financing done for the PEA after we have a resource. So that'll lock us in as to getting the road paved. And then at the PEA stage, we're definitely going to be able to reach out and talk to companies in both sides of the market here. People who are upgraders and people who will be able to take that material and upgrade to spherical graphite for electric vehicle anodes, or electrodes for steel making, or for other potential uses. We'll be able to do a full assessment of what the value of the material coming out of the ground is. Because if you convert to graphite anode, that material sells for $10,000 per ton. Now, not all of the material we have is going to be able to be doing that, but even if you do 10 or 15%, that's a nice return. And then you look at electrode material. Well, that'll sell for the 15 to 2,000, and then you've got other material which will sell for a little bit less. So I think that at the end of that, once you have that picture and you have you know, an idea of where your high grades are vis-a-vis the surface, you can start a plan about where you want to dig first, and put that into a PEA, and put the numbers out with all the infrastructure, the cost, and the potential profit. And we're looking at, you know, we want to get a 25-year mine life minimum on this first PEA. Then we're going to the next level, which is, let's drill out some of those other anomalies and prove this out. You know, even at 25 million tons of material at 10%, you're looking at a multi-billion-dollar project. So that's the goal here. We're not looking for pennies here. We're looking for dollars.
Paul, safe to assume that the battery market is going to be the market you're going to be aiming at, and if so, there are a lot of people aiming at that market. What do you think is going to differentiate you guys? Well,
first of all, you know, we don't have to be the only one here. There's going to be a lot of mines required. Number two, look at the size of this market. I mean, you got an F-150 coming out that's going to be electric soon. An F-150? I mean, just imagine that. You know, it's almost
a lot of people won't be able to imagine that. They'll be like, That's the bastardization of F-150s going
Yeah,
on.
it's like the guy saying, I don't know, get a rope. You can't have an electric vehicle that's a truck. But you know what? It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And this market is turning. It's getting bigger and bigger. By 2022, we're going to see more and more people in the market. It's really going to take off. I think everyone out there just thinking about it now is contemplating an electric vehicle as their next vehicle. Especially in Vancouver, we've got gas prices that are going through the roof.
And if Jason Kenney locks out British Columbia, you're going to be running for electric vehicles at that point.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's just a reality. Consumers base their decisions upon their personal circumstances at the time. And if circumstances dictate getting an electric vehicle, well, they're going to start thinking about it very hard. I mean, there's not just a Tesla, there's Prius, there's Volt, there's other ones. And, when you think about it, do we really need all of our vehicles to be long-range vehicles? We don't. We don't do more than 50 kilometers a day, most of us. It makes sense to have something that costs $2 or $3 a day to charge and runs almost with no working parts other than a couple wheels that turn. Man, that's a great situation. Low maintenance. You can't go wrong. And I think that's a decision that consumers are going to be making day in and day out in the next year or two.
And that's why I love these interviews, because press releases tell one story, the technical details and things like that, but when you come on and add the context as to the market and why the market's going to be a certain way, and letting us know that there are 4 or 5 mega factories going up just in North America alone, right? It just paints such a better picture. So I know you got on with us today because the press release just went out a few hours ago. I appreciate that. Thanks. Congratulations on what you achieved so far. And, we're looking forward to having you back. Don't go too far because you can be back a lot in the next 3 weeks. So congratulations, Paul, and looking forward to seeing you back with more great results.
Thanks very much, George.
You've been watching Paul Gill. He's CEO of Lomiko Metals, trading the TSX Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, LMR MF, and for our friends in Germany on DH8B on the Frankfurt. For those of you who want to do more due diligence, get to Agoracom, much of the company's name or stock symbol. Read the profile information, take a look at this interview again, watch the previous interview that we've already done, and then go ask questions and you'll get your answers right there. Plus, we got a link over to Lomiko's website if you want to do even deeper due diligence. But Paul's giving you fantastic information, a great head start. Make sure you take advantage of it and do your due diligence. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Have a great day. We'll see you next time.
Today, every day, small cap investors visit Agoracom knowing this is the day to discover the world's next great company, to have their dreams come true. That's why I take to the open road, to find them, to tell their stories, to engage them, to bring them to life, because they want to connect with you from your office, your phone, your home, anywhere. Agoracom, find your dream.
Welcome to Beyond the Press Release, a production of Agoracom, in which we speak to small cap executives when they put out big press releases. And we have one today. Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals, trades on the TSX Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR. In the US, for our friends on the OTCQB, LMR MF, and for our friends in Europe on Frankfurt under DH8C. And we've got big news out of the company. I'm going to read the headline, so pardon me. Lomiko Metals and Quebec Precious Metals report multiple 100-meter intercepts and multiple 10% CG zones at La Luta Flake at the Flake Graphite Project. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thanks, George. It's a great day.
Yeah, it sounds like a great day. That was a massive press release. We want to dig down deep into that to find out, what it really means for the company. But before we even get into that, given the interviews we've had to date and what you've been telling the market to date, how happy are you in general about what you've delivered with this latest result?
Yeah, as I said, George, I think we're 75% of the way there. So I guess you could count me as 75% happy at this point in time. So I want to get to a full PEA, which describes the full value of the project, and that'll be a fantastic day, and it's coming soon.
All right, the La Luta Flake Graphite property. It's 120 kilometers away from Montreal. It's about 50 kilometers away from the only graphite producing project in North America. You already had about 10 million tons of 6% just in the graphene battery zone. Now you put out these massive, now you put out this massive drill results from the refractory zone. What have you discovered about the refractory zone? What's got you excited about these results?
Yeah, this is exactly what we were looking for from the refractory zone. What we know is that the Imerys carbon graphite mine you mentioned just now operates at 5 million tons of described tonnage at 7.74%. So the graphene battery zone just didn't make the cut. It was 6% and 10 million tons, good size, not quite there with grades. We need to be competitive with our neighbors around us and in Quebec. It's a competitive world out there. So we started drilling at the refractory zone with the idea of adding tonnage and adding grade. And so what we see now is a number of 100%, 10% plus flake graphite intercepts, and over several of them are 100 meters or more. And so we're really happy with that. We're going to add tonnage, we're going to add grade, and we're going to come out with a really good number for the buyers out there that are looking for these projects.
With what degree of confidence can you say that the refractory zone is continuous? At approximately 900 meters, how much more strike length is actually possible?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's more strike length. There may be a couple hundred meters on either side of it, primarily towards the southwest. What we're going to add next, if we get to proven and probable on this particular resource, is we're going to add a little bit more definition. We're going to add a number of different drill holes to the east, northeast, and north and southwest, so we can find out what the real thickness of that system is. And we should be doing that after a PEA is done and really getting good numbers for a proven and probable reserve. That's where our target is.
And to give people some sort of idea here, you're expecting the updated 43101 sometime before the end of the summer, and you're anticipating a PEA about sometime in Q1 2020, about 6 months down the road?
Yeah, that's our targets right now. It all depends on financing. We're working hard to get the project financed now for the PEA. It's a two-step process. One, we're going to do the resource, which gives further definition and confidence to any investors that there is a significant value that's in operation here. And we've had great meetings in Quebec. We met with Investment Quebec. We met with SIDEX and a number of different institutions there. And they're all in on supporting projects like this that are going to add to the sort of the green economy. And Quebec has already mentioned that they're fully supporting that kind of field, and we're right in the middle of it. So it's good timing all around. And I think by January, when we produce, or January, February, when we produce that pre-economic assessment, we'll have a lot of people willing to take a look at us, and more than just kicking tires, maybe they'll write some checks.
Yeah, and for people who aren't familiar with what Paul was just referencing, the Premier of Quebec came out, I don't know, what was it, Paul, about 60 days ago, and said he wants to be fully green all public transportation by 2030, all electrically powered, and high grade graphite, high purity graphite is obviously going to play a big role in that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Quebec is great for lithium and graphite projects. We have the raw materials there. We need investment to produce higher grade materials and actually a finished product. If we could get funding to get a lithium-ion battery factory there, that'd be fantastic. I just heard recently that across the world, I'm talking about demand, 91 mega factories are now being built. It went from 56 to 70, 71 to now 91. So we're going to see an incredible demand for the raw materials. There's not enough raw materials, lithium or graphite or cobalt out there right now to feed these factories.
And your target has always been supplying North American factories because you're located in a perfect location, like right outside Montreal. That means you can hit the U.S. Eastern Seaboard without any problem. Have the numbers increased on the U.S. side as far as number of these mega factories, gigafactories that are going up?
Yeah, I believe that there's a couple in New York, and obviously the big one Tesla has in Nevada is there. I think that there's another one added in California. So we're seeing areas in which North America is really ramping up. The big problem, however, continues to be that there is no graphite anode production, and that's what you need to make a lithium-ion battery. Not just lithium and nickel, which go into the cathode, but you need a graphite anode, and there's a whole process behind building that. We would love to fill that gap and produce that product for some of these mega factories.
Can you be competitive? I know we might be putting the cart before the horse, but there is going to be a supply crunch around the world for all these mega factories. Can you be competitive even shipping product overseas, or do you not even need to worry about that because North American demand on its own will be pretty strong?
Well, I think that we that's a secondary market for us is overseas, whether it's Europe or in other locations in China. There's a lot of mega factories being built in China. In fact, we're seeing the numbers dive when it comes to Chinese export of graphite materials. Raw graphite materials just don't get exported anymore. Now they're importing from Africa. So we see that trend is turning around. So I think we're going to be competitive, and that's the target, is to be competitive with Chinese factories and African production.
So on that note, do you think you have you're obviously you're going to need to drill more, Paul, is it safe to say, to prove up the project even further, but do you think you'll have enough to be able to supply the demand that you expect to see coming? Because that's obviously you need grade, and you're going to need tonnage at the end of the day. What are you guys hoping to achieve in terms of tonnage?
Well, our target is a 25 million ton deposit that grades 8% or more. I think that would be putting us right in the area that we need to be to be competitive with African projects and materials coming out of China. I think that would give us a 25-year mine life that would operate at 1 million tons a year. And it would be, I think, a very, very interesting project that, all in would produce $100 million per year potentially, when you have graphite prices at $1,500 to $2,000 per ton on average over that 25 years. So we're looking to target that particular kind of development.
Now, you don't need to get to that size right off the bat in the upcoming 43-101, do you? I mean, you're comfortable getting a pretty good chunk of that out of the way and then adding on to it as time goes on?
Yeah, well, we're already there with the part way there with the graphene battery zone, which has 10 million tons of that 6% material indicated and inferred. So if we can add to that particular section that already exists with what's in the refractory zone, all we really need is another 15 million tons of 11%, and then we're averaging out to 9 or better than 9 or 10%. The perfect world would be double digit grades and double digit tonnage, which would give us, I think the second best deposit in North America next to Mason Graphite. And Mason's at 70 million market cap. We're at 3 million market cap. So that's, you got to know where your competitors are, and it's a competitive world, and on a comparative analysis, we compare well with some of these other projects.
So how far did this latest set of results take you down, your path and your goal? Because you've got you've got multiple 100-meter intercepts, multiple 10% plus grade. How far down the road did this shot take?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're there. I think we're there. That's what the bottom line is. We drilled enough. We drilled 150 holes to discover this particular the two resources that we'll have, and I think we'll meet those targets, and that will be what we want to go to a pre-economic assessment with, because then you can put a dollar figure on the value of the project, and that's where we want to go. And that dollar figure, hopefully, will be a heck of a lot more than the 3 or 4 million market cap we're at now.
So Paul, in a perfect world, if you're there, we're just spitballing. If you're there, right? Then what does this mean in terms of timeline for production and sales agreements and things like that? How does the 2020 onward look in terms of if you had your druthers and everything lined up exactly as you're hoping it will with the 4311, the PDA?
Yeah, what we're seeing, George, is that from 2020 to 2030, we're going to see a big change in the way people view electric vehicles. Right now, everyone still has range anxiety. There's certainly, the numbers are growing, people who are driving these electric vehicles, but we will need, I think, to meet the demand from electric vehicles. Right now, the demand is going up at an exponential rate, and we should see a penetration of 25% by 2030. Well, we're at 2% or less than 2% now in North America. We're going to see a big change in the next 10 years. And that's where we want to be, right at the forefront of that change, and being able to supply materials like this that are going to be in great demand are exactly what makes the company, very, very valuable. And so we're headed through a lot of dark times in the early 2010s and to 2015. And now we're hitting, I think, our stride in the perfect time, and that's where we want to really, I think, take advantage of the opportunity and introduce it to people out here in the market.
Do you think the market is really getting it yet? Because we keep hearing electric vehicles, Tesla, and what other people are doing, and are people nonchalant about it, or are they started to connect the dots that electric vehicles means, demand for graphite means, the refractory zone and Lomiko Metals, the Luta project? And have they started to draw those connections yet, or people just think it's too far off?
Well, I think the majority of people who are early adopters have made that connection. And I'll give you a timeline. In 2009, lithium moved from $1,000 to $5,000 per ton of material. And then in 2012, what we saw was a move in graphite from about $700 to $3,000 per ton. So what we're seeing here is a bit of a lag, because once lithium is locked in, people go out there and buy the graphite to make the lithium-ion batteries. It's somewhat of an afterthought, but it's an important material to have. And I think now with reduced exports from China, and an increased, I think, demand for the material because of the EVs, we're going to see a spike in the price of graphite. And when any commodity spikes, all the juniors in that space spike as well. We saw that with lithium juniors in 2016 when lithium went to the second phase of development from $5,000 to $20,000 per ton.
Right.
Well, the second phase of graphite, we might see $6,000 per ton graphite. And what that will do to our stocks is definitely bring some attention, because we'll certainly see some added shareholder attention and institutional attention.
Devil's advocate, though, do you worry that if graphite gets priced too high, it prices itself out of the market? So is there, naturally speaking, you'd love to get $100,000 per ton, but you don't want it to get there because it means people are going to be looking for others. So have you guys figured out what that price point is the market can absorb, can accept without looking for alternatives, and therefore you get the highest possible return for your deposit?
Yeah, I think that anything over $10,000 per ton for graphite, people are looking for alternatives. And I think we're a long ways away from that.
Sure.
We're 1,200 or so. But remember, graphite is a material that is very, very prevalent in the world today. At those prices, what you'll see is people taking pencils and taking the pencil out of it and burning it down and creating a synthetic graphite and selling it at that level. I mean, there's always that. That's what happens with silver sometimes. People start, when the silver price gets to 50 or 100, you can melt down your silver spoons. But realistically, I think that graphite has to be very, very pure. There's a lot of energy that is in it to create synthetic graphite, and that's where the limit is. $10,000 per ton. You can burn coal or synthetic graphite and economically produce synthetic 100% pure graphite that goes into anode material. Anything under that, and we, the natural flake graphite miners, have the advantage. And I think that there's a good gap there. Where if we could see a 5 or 6% or 5 or 6 times return on the price of graphite, that means that we're going to have a similar type of return in the markets.
Last question. When do you think you'll feel most comfortable starting to reach out to potential customers, letting them know, hey, we're reaching out because we think we're going to be ready by these dates to start supplying you? I know the start supplying you will be a couple of years down the road, I think. But when do you feel comfortable when you can start reaching out to people, to potential customers, saying, hey, Lomiko's here and La Lucha is going to be ready for you?
Yeah, we're very lucky in that Mason Graphite in 2016 and 17 and Nouveau Monde in 2018, 19 have been doing that, reaching out already and creating a market of knowledgeable investors in this particular field. So we're not there yet to compare with them. We need a pre-economic assessment. So I think by February 2020, we'll have that in place, and you'll see the steps we're taking to complete it along the way. And at that point, buyers will be able to turn on and examine our infrastructure, our access to ports. The fantastic part is I think we've gotten a definite advantage over those other two, because they've already made the mistakes and done everything they had to do to get up to production, whereas we can benefit from those and shoot the gap to some extent. And that's part of the strategy that has developed, simply because there's so much more going on in the markets now with electric vehicles. So being cautious, I think, has its advantages, and I think we're going to benefit from that.
Well, for everyone at home, the Lomiko team led by Paul has been cautious the whole way. I mean, you've had this project now for 15 years, Paul? And you've been...
No, it seems like that for 5 years. For 5 years, this particular project. No, we have, of course, had other projects that we didn't feel were going to suit the needs that we had. But what we've done is we basically found that Goldilocks zone of having good grades, good location, no sulfur content, and that would increase costs, and in a great jurisdiction. And I think you have to dig deep to find the holy grail, and that's the way it goes. You've got to say no to a lot of partners and a lot of other projects, and that's what exploration is all about, to find the one that is perfect. And this is what we think we have now.
Well, for some reason, I thought La Lucha you've had for 10 years. Was I wrong about that?
No, we had other projects. La Lucha, we only bought that one in 2015. So it seems like we've been talking about it forever. But definitely we've been talking about graphite since 2012, and the electric vehicle market in 2009, we started talking about green economy, electric vehicle market. So definitely we've been on it, and you got to find your niche in that big picture that is the overall markets, and that's what we've done with La Lucha, is to find something that we think is grade A and able to bring it home for our investors.
And that says a lot about you guys, because you've been persistent, you've been on the same message, you've been patient, and now you position yourself. I didn't mean to actually come out those P's, but patience, persistence, and now you're positioned. But congratulations on this latest press release. Glad to have you on Beyond the Press Release, so you can talk to everyone and really let them know what it means. And clearly we're in July right now, so we're going to be talking again in August once the 4-3-101 comes out. We're going to have a lot to talk about then. So, but in the meantime, congratulations to you and your team, Paul.
Thanks very much, George. Take care, everyone.
You've been watching Paul Gill, CEO of Lomiko Metals. The company trades on the TSX Venture Exchange on the stock symbol LMR. For our friends in the US, OTCQB, LMRMF, and for our friends in Europe on Frankfurt under DH8C. You've heard what Paul had to say. You've watched what he had to say. Now the next step is for you to do your due diligence. Get to the Agoracom hub for Lomiko, punch in their name or stock symbol. Take a look at the profile information we've set up for you there so you can neatly follow this story in a nice summarized way. Then link over to the Lomiko Metal site for even more detail. And then when you've got your questions, post in the discussion forum there. Paul and his team will answer them. And make sure you've watched the past 3 or 4 interviews we've done together, because everything Paul has said he's going to do and his team is going to do, they've done. And here we are in a great position. So now we're all looking forward to August. Thanks to everyone at home for joining us. And Paul, thanks again for being here.
Thanks, George. Take care.
Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to catch up with small cap investors, what's going on at their companies. With us today, we're happy to have him back, Paul Gill. He's the CEO of Pampa Metals, trades in Canada, the stock symbol PM. So great stock symbol to go with the name. Look, guys, if you believe in the future of copper, what it's going to mean for the electric vehicle industry and where the electric vehicle industry is going, then you've got to take a look at Pampa, because their objective is to make a major copper discovery in Chile, where they have a portfolio of 8 projects, 2 that are in the joint venture right now, and all located in proven mineral belts. They've also got an experienced management team and a pretty healthy corporate treasury. So why Chile? For those of you who know the story, well, it's a tier 1 destination for copper. It's the world's largest copper producer and exporter. In 2021, they exported over $50 billion. So that tells you everything you know. Supplying 50% of the world's copper. Home to 7 of the world's top 14 copper mines, which of course, by inference means it's a really stable mining jurisdiction. And that's really healthy for Pampa as well. Why copper? We just talked about the world needs copper because electric vehicles are going to need it. And the new electrical vehicle needs about 80 kilos of copper versus about 23 in internal combustion engine, traditional internal combustion engines. On top of that, because of that, demand for copper is projected to rise by 5% yearly, but supply is only going to increase by 2.3%. What does that mean? Don't ask me. Don't even ask Paul. Ask Goldman Sachs. Price projects for copper, $5.40 per pound in 2022, $6.80 by 2025. Here to talk about the company, what's going on over there, Paul. Welcome back, my friend.
Thanks, George. Great introduction. Appreciate that. And yeah, I remember that interview with Goldman Sachs that Jeff Curry did, and he said, we're running out of molecules. There was people sending that to me left, right, and center. They were excited and interested. And, you know, of course, as soon as the Goldman makes a call like that, the copper price is correct. And then now they're bouncing back.
But they've snapped back strong in the last, because everything kind of corrected May. I don't think it was unique to copper, right?
I mean, look, the whole world is in correction mode at this point in time. We don't know where things are going that way, but there's 2 things that our society depends on more than anything. That's copper and oil. We need to have those 2 things to get us the society we live in today, the modern society. Imagine, you know, trying to build an infrastructure without copper or oil. Just can't be done. So we have to know the importance of it, and the location that we're in Chile is the place to get copper and the best place to find copper, because there is no problem in seeing the material changes on the ground. You don't have any green coverage. You don't have any cities in this particular area. It's a perfect location for mining, and we're happy to be there.
Yeah, and I gave the stats, right? Those stats speak for themselves. So let me ask you a question, Paul. There's Agoracom Copper and ABC Copper. There are a lot of companies out there saying
we're a copper company and we're gonna benefit from driving copper sales into the electric vehicle market. So in a lot of ways, there's a lot of Me Too companies out there. Overall, right? Overall, because a lot of us can't figure out what the difference is between Pampa and Agoracom copper sometimes. So overall, how strong is Pampa relative to other juniors when you look at your complete package? And then we'll go to project specific, but overall, how strong are you relative to most other juniors out there, or all of them?
Yeah, well, I was sitting in the investor's shoes more than a year and a half ago, looking at this company and saying this can't be real. You know my background. I've been involved in
Yep.
copper developments in the past in Peru, where we found a project, Constancia, which we sold to Hud Bay for 500 million, and it's now an operating mine. So you look for something that you know is going to be head and shoulders above the rest, and that's where Pampa came in for me. This is a project portfolio that's second to none. 8 significant projects, significant size, all along the right trend,
Unbelievable.
and with a management team to boot. And so they've done all of the good work that needs to be done to bring those prospects up to the point in time that we need to drill. And I think we've got 3 areas at 3 projects that we can drill at this point in time. So that's really exciting. What we're doing now is getting out there and finding the funds in order to get the drills turning.
And before I get into project specific, I want to ask you another question. You've already got a couple of JVs, so it's safe to assume that your portfolio of these projects is on the watch list of copper majors around the world.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, our joint venture partner is very close to us, but certainly in that location, if you're located in Antofagasta area and northern Chile, yeah, people are going to know what you're doing. I mean, a truck drives down the highway, and everyone in Chile knows what's going on.
So
More than
hopefully,
here.
yeah, hopefully, okay. And look, as we know the majors are looking, right, because we already went through the demand and supply numbers projected
Yeah,
for the next few years. So they're looking, and I'm glad to hear that
yeah.
at
I
least
mean, you could
Pampa's
look at
on the
this.
shopping list potentially.
Yeah, you could look at the stories out there. Rio Tinto's looking for projects. BHP put 100 million into philo mining. They're looking for projects. They know what the future requirements for copper is in the next 8 to 10 years. I mean, we need to build probably 3 or 4 big mines, and I don't see anyone breaking ground anywhere other than good jurisdictions like Chile, because political aspects of development are very important. We're having all kinds of pushback in other parts of the world. This is an area where they want to develop copper. It's part of their lifeblood in Chile. It's built their country into a stable democracy, and I think that they're, despite the politics going a little left or a little right or whatever, they know where their bread is buttered, and this is where it is in the copper field.
We can't talk about all 8 of the projects. Let's do a couple. Let's go through a couple if you don't mind. Your Block 4 project has the Buena Vista target on it, and the quote you have from one of your press releases: "There is evidence to date. Evidence to date is that there is a significant system to investigate by drilling at Buena Vista, together with several other geophysical anomalies located within the property that appear to have a similar signature." So without the geology speak in layman's terms, what is it you love about the Buena Vista target at Block 4?
Yeah, the Buena Vista target is one particular location in which there is a small hill or a small mountain, however you might call it, that has a surface expression of oval shaped, which is lighter colored than the surrounding area. So we know that some activity of some kind has taken place there. In addition to that, it's on top of a magnetic anomaly, which is also on top of an IP anomaly. So all of those things coincide at that particular location.
And what does that mean to the
Also,
layman, Paul? Sorry to interrupt you there, but to the layman, what does that mean to have one on top of the other?
yeah, what it means is that there's likely something that's come up from underneath and hit the surface and caused all this mineralized change in the past. And we've also aged the rocks now, so it's the right age when a lot of these type of deposits were being created. So you just when you look for mines, you know, we could drill anywhere on this project, but why drill anywhere when you can zone in on an area that has all the evidence that there is going to be results coming from this area? So that's why all of this data is important to pinpoint where to drill, because you know, on an 8 kilometer long property, you could miss the most significant mineralization. Now, something you also mentioned previously is that there is a mineralized system here. Well, what's happened, not only is there's this one magnetic anomaly, but there is 4 other ones and that are located on this property. And that's what's exciting. So if this one is mineralized, we're likely to see other ones in this area that are mineralized as well. So that's a whole other program and a whole other exploration effort. We're just concentrating on this one target on Block 4, which is called Buena Vista, but the other
And
5 are unnamed.
and what are you going to do at Buena Vista over the next 12 months? You guys do you guys have an idea of what your drilling is going to look like? How
Yeah,
much, you know, and all that?
we're going to have to do a deep drilling program that's a core drilling program, produce the results from there, and really know what the value of this particular area is. Then once you have that discovery, hopefully you can move on to other aspects of this property. But that's just one project and one
Yeah.
target in the scope of things. And so this company, if you go back, has 8 projects. As we said, 2 are under joint venture and have been drilled already by our joint venture partner. But there's another 2 that are also very interesting.
What's your strategy there, Paul? Because 8 projects is a lot, even though 2 are under JV. How many would you ideally, in an ideal world, how many would you like to keep just for you guys to explore and drill? And how many would you like to have under JV with some majors? What's the ideal scenario?
Well, I think at this particular time, everything has a particular price tag on it. We know what it'll take to develop this project, and you have to weigh whether or not you're going to get the best value by putting money into the ground yourself or getting a joint venture partner. And I think when it gets to the $20 million programs, and it's probably going to need at least 20 million if there's something significant at Buena Vista and at Block 4, you're going to have to get a joint venture partner because your dilution will just be fantastically large on that. So what you want to accomplish here is to drill in this particular location, get a discovery, and then finance the company to continue drilling yourself until the point comes when value creation occurs, whether it's a 43-101 or some other catalyst like that, and then you can take offers. But that's really the key for that particular project. Other ones, we're certainly up for joint ventures because, again, each one of those projects could take $20 million to explore. I mean, they're
And
that big.
it's obviously a better strategy to have other parties using their money. You know, you get less of the pie at the end of the day if it's really successful, but you take on almost no risk of getting there. So that makes sense. So hopefully we'll see more JVs.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all dependent also on our market cap as well. I mean, we're at a $8 million, $9 million market cap. It's really undervalued at this point in time. So raising 20 million at this point is not feasible. So if we were at $5, it'd be a different situation, right?
And even if you could, you can't raise 20 million times 3 or 4 projects and run them all. You're just not set up for that. You're more set up for keep a couple of the beauties like Buena Vista and JV the rest if you can. Let me ask you a question about the exploration. You guys announced an artificial intelligence agreement that'll give you access to the latest technology to help with the exploration. How much does it help? Because one thing I know about AI is the more data you feed AI, the better the result you're going to get. So, you know, if I'm using AI for my backyard, doesn't matter if I got the greatest AI in the world, there's not enough data around my neighborhood to tell me if there's anything I've got underground. But how much of an advantage does Pampa have? Because you're in a location, you're in Chile, plus you're in locations that have an immense amount of data around them. So how much is the AI going to super boost what you guys do with exploration?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tremendously helpful because what you do is you look at examples of projects that have been turned into mines, such as Escondida, and then you look for that signature and see if it's similar to what you have there. And certainly, Block 4 fits the bill to that extent. There's a lot of similarities, so that's exciting news. And the AI didn't need to tell us that, but what the AI group has done is examined some of our projects and it added other targets as well. I mean, obviously, we're not going to say, "Oh, great, you've discovered our own target that we've already had." No, they're going to add other targets, and in addition to that, we are looking at their projects. They have 8 projects, and we're looking to see if any one of those fit the bill for a big exploration program. So that's something that we'll have to announce when it comes out.
So the AI right now is already spinning off some benefit and giving you new targets, and you expect are you guys still feeding the AI and still generating more data and targets out of it?
Yeah, and the data changes all the time because what they're using is the database that is in Codelco and in Chile itself. So it's a 8 terabyte database based on the last 50-60 years of exploration in that area, so it's very
Immense
useful.
amount of data, right? I mean, that's going to
Immense.
just give you how
Yeah,
long will it take
absolutely.
until you've fully fed it, do you guys think?
I think we have regular updates, probably quarterly updates from the group, and so we expect to see some more information from them within the fall here.
Yeah, and I'm glad you asked those questions because AI is seen so rarely in the exploration space that when I see it, I just know right away it makes a company that much better. The efficiency and the time saved, the money saved is I don't even know
Exactly.
how you calculate it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can save, 50% on your drill program, that could be,
Yep.
$10 million on a large drill program, right? I mean, it's massive, the savings. It just verifies something that you have already, and also gives you a target that would be an outlier potentially. So I think that's very, very useful.
Last question. AI is great, but AI doesn't work unless you have an amazing team to feed the AI and analyze and do all that. Let's talk a little bit about your team because you have a pretty who's who team over there. This isn't George. A couple of Greek guys got together and said, "Hey, let's see if we can go find some copper in Chile." You've got quite the team. Let's talk a little bit about that because that's just as important as anything else here.
Yeah, we've got our Greek guy on the team as well.
You do have a Greek guy, yeah.
Tsiolis is a great guy, and he's a geophysicist as well, and incredibly well spoken and articulate, and able to, really read into some of the information that is being produced on the ground. But in addition to Yanis, there's Tim Gill, who's formerly with Anglo American and some other groups such as Rio Tinto, and a very experienced geologist in northern Chile, spent his career there, and speaks fluent Spanish, and has assembled a really crackerjack team of people that are on the project. In addition to that, there's Julian Babin, who was formerly with Rio Tinto, Adrian Manger, formerly with BHP, and our CFO Gurdeep Bains was formerly Canaccord. And so when I looked at this team, looked at this project package, I mean, it was like manna from heaven. I think that it's got some really good pedigree here, and I think we can really get the attention of the majors.
I said that was the last question, but that answer leads me to ask another very, very serious, serious question, which is why do we have the Greek on here? Next one, it should be
idea.
you, me, and Giannis talking about the next development.
Well, you're gonna have to put aside at least 45 minutes for Yanis. He's very very articulate, and being able to give you all the information you need on the geophysics and the history of Chile. So yeah, absolutely, let's do it.
Yeah, all kidding aside, he would be great to have on because he just brings that. I mean, that next level of analysis. He got a proven track record, so it'd be great to have him on. But until then, Paul, it's the middle of August and most of us are taking time to just relax, take it easy. You're, full blast, pedal to the metal. So thanks for joining us today. And I can't wait to see what's going to develop in September and October.
Yeah, stay tuned. Thanks, George.
For everybody at home, you've been watching or you've been listening to my podcast on Spotify, Google, Apple, your favorite podcast platform. To Paul Gill, he's the CEO of Pampa Metals, trades in Canada, out of the stock symbol PM. Again, great symbol. For those new to the story, want to do your due diligence. Look, we know geology isn't the easiest thing in the world, but the company's profile page on Agoracom has it neatly laid out to you in layman's terms, so you get a really good understanding of what Pampa is doing in Chile. And guys, it's doing unbelievable things. So go there, do your first level of due diligence and research. Then when you're comfortable with that, then go over to the Pampa website, do your deep dive. Because if you believe in the future of copper, hey, Goldman Sachs already given you $5.40 price target for later this year, $6.80 price target for 2025. 8 projects taking place in Chile, 2 JVs, maybe more to come. You've got to do your due diligence. Hopefully today you discovered your next amazing small cap resource company. Thanks for joining us. Have a great day. See you next time. Hey guys, this video is over, but don't forget to help your company by liking it and even leaving a comment below. And then don't forget to help yourself by subscribing to our channel and never missing another great Agoracom small cap video. Welcome to CEO Interviews, a production of Agoracom, in which we take the time to speak with small cap executives about their companies. With us today, happy to have him back. He's been on a lot of times in the past, but this is the first time ever as CEO of Pampa Metals. This is Paul Gill, Pampa Metals CEO, company trades in Canada, stock symbol PM. For those who are new to the story, this is all you need to know. Pampa's objective is to make a major copper discovery in Chile, and more than just lip service. They got a portfolio of 8 projects in northern Chile, combined with an unbelievable management team and a whole team altogether, and a pretty healthy corporate treasury to try and make that all happen. Now, 2 things. Why Chile? Why copper? First, why Chile? It's the world's largest copper producer and exporter. In 2021, copper exports hit $53 billion plus, and they provide about 60% of the world's copper, home to 7 of the world's top 14 copper mines, and a great jurisdiction that promotes investment in exploration mining. Why copper? For a lot of retail investors, we think copper is, boring old copper. We don't think there's a lot of excitement. Well, there's a lot of excitement because the world needs copper and they need a lot of it. Global copper consumption is outstripping supply. A new electric vehicle now needs 80 kilograms of copper versus 23 kilograms that were needed in typical internal combustion engine vehicles. Pampa is targeting porphyry copper deposits, and they're positioned for discovery with a superior portfolio of projects, specifically 8 wholly owned projects, 4 of which are actives. Paul, welcome back, my friend.
George, absolutely wonderful to be here. Thanks for that great introduction. I feel like I'm running onto a football field with a brass band playing. It's awesome.
Well, hey, this is a Super Bowl for copper. It's happening
Absolutely.
right now, right? Because after a long lull, copper prices now at all-time high. They just peaked over $5 the other day. Goldman Sachs is saying $5.40 imminently, $5.40 per pound, and $6.80 by 2025, which is unheard of. So here's a question for it before we go into your specific details about the company. Do people realize how big of an opportunity copper represents this decade?
I don't think people in the general public have really understood the kind of opportunity this is. Commodity cycles tend to be long, and we've had a good opportunity, I think, to view copper for the last year. We've seen the signs that it is solid. Gold may fluctuate up and down. Copper has been solid over $4 and now is peaking into $5 range. This is a trend that's going on, and it's got to do with just a considerable demand that you've talked about, but also the supply side. We're seeing as a splinter in the way supplies are being provided on copper. I mean, we have Russia, China extending their relationship, but at the same time, EU, North America, and South America are creating another supply chain, and we're behind in keeping supplies going for this electric vehicle revolution that's happening right now. So I think interesting times are ahead for copper and nickel and many other materials, lithium and graphite as well.
What do you think of these copper prices? You know, when people hear $5 for something, they don't get excited because they're used to hearing $2,000 gold, $2,500 palladium. They're used to hearing big numbers, right? So if you can put into perspective what these all-time highs mean in terms of economics for a lot of copper projects instead of potentially like you guys potentially, and what the Goldman Sachs targets mean to you to be as high as 680 by 2025.
Yeah, let's go back to what some of the biggest investors in the world think. Like Warren Buffett says, buy things that are going to be consumed, that are going to be needed in your everyday life. You don't need gold in everyday life. You don't need palladium in everyday life, but every day you're going to be touching something that's produced, made with copper, has copper in it. It is the lifeblood of our economy. That's the fact. And so Goldman Sachs and all these other groups have sort of understood that the demand is going to increase as the middle class and other people in the developing world are coming up to the point where they're buying those consumer goods. So it is just on a rocket ride at this point in time. Supplies are curtailed right now. So I don't see it, this particular trend stopping until there's equilibrium and more supply comes online, which is not going to be this year. It's going to be in a year or two.
Yeah, because you can't just turn on the button. You can't just produce copper out of thin air, right? You've got to mine it. You got to find it. You got to mine it. You got to bring it to market. So Paul, is it fair to say we're in a perfect storm for copper right now? Prices
Yeah,
are rising,
absolutely.
consumption is rising, supply because of underinvestment in the past just can't keep up. Perfect storm.
Yeah, it's a perfect storm for copper, and it's also a perfect storm for Pampa as well, because we're well placed in order to really deliver some really good projects to the market.
All right, so let's talk about it. Let's go right to Papa. I want to make sure we got that macro really taken care of because that's so important, right? And it's a bigger story than most people realize, but I think most of the retail market is going to wake up to copper in 2022. So let's talk about Pampa. You've got 8 projects. You're looking for copper in what you call elephant deposits in the best mining jurisdiction in the world. What's the thesis there for you guys behind Pampa?
Yeah, what's the thesis is exactly the right question. What we understood is that this is a location in which you have a whole slew of copper projects that exist. 30% of the world's copper comes from this area, and some of the quite a bit of the gold as well. Right around Antofagasta, there's a area that we're focused on that's about a 600-kilometer long trend that covers 2 different mineralized trends. And what's happening there is generally on the basis of plate tectonics. You're seeing the Pacific and the South American plate squish into each other, and that is producing this line of very interesting projects that have gone up and down the coast of Chile. And Chile is a perfect spot because you don't have foliage that's covering any of this. You have an ability to see some of those ones that have been discovered have had intrusions into the surface, and that's why they're turned into mines. Escondida is one of the biggest mines in the world, happens to be in the same category. But what the secret is what we've discovered is there is additional projects, there are additional geological disturbances and potentially deposits that are trapped underneath this material that's on surface that is obscuring the IP and the magnetics. And we have found a way in which to identify those deposits that may lurk underneath the surface. And that's the key thesis to Pampa.
The most important thing in any small cap company, but especially in the junior mining, the junior resource sector where you're exploring, is you have to have a great team. You can't just have George, a bunch of guys who saw a shiny rock on my grandfather's property in Greece, say, let's go throw some drills in there and see if we can find some gold. I mean, it's serious business, and you can lose your shirt if you don't have, like, you can't lose your shirt in a lot of businesses if you can't sell enough running shoes and you find another way to sell running shoes. But you know, in mining, you can lose your shirt if you don't have the right team and don't burn through cash. Tell us about the Pampa team, because it looks pretty spectacular with some ex big people in there.
Yeah, it's a great team. And, you know, those are the kinds of people that are going to save you millions upon millions of dollars by using the right techniques, having the experience of knowing this part of Chile. We have a great team. Adrian Manger, who is our chairman, has been with BHP for a number of years previous to his involvement in Pampa, has actually been at the helm of building the Spence mine in Chile. So he's very, very well respected, very well known in the area. Julian Bavin, ex-CEO and director, was with Rio Tinto for a number of years with Exeter, has had some really good experience in understanding, you know, which projects are going to work and infrastructures need to work. Our head geologist, Tim Beal, was with Anglo American. So you have, you know, a triple threat just there. And an add on to that, Yanis, who's with BHP in corporate development and has reviewed hundreds of properties in South America, especially in Chile. Gurdeep Bains, who's with Canaccord and is able to understand the long-term financing of these projects. You've got a fantastic team that I am just so pleased and happy to be part of now. And I think we can lead the charge here in this particular area and solve what we feel is going to be a huge supply problem in copper in the next few years.
Yeah, that's an all-star team. That's why usually we talk about team at the end, say, hey, by the way, Bob, who's on your team? But your team is so accomplished that I want to talk about them up front. So you've got 8 100% owned projects in northern Chile. And now we can't go through all of them, obviously, but you've got 4 that are pretty much active, right? Take us through, if you can, maybe which one of those is your flagship or your favorite, or maybe, you know, maybe run us through each one of those a little bit as to why they each represent such a great opportunity. I'll leave that part to you as CEO.
Yeah, we've had difficulty in identifying only one project. You know, you have to remember that these projects, 8 of them, the total cost to the company was $7 million. And that's a significant amount. And, you know, it's a new company. It's just IPO'd. So we've had an opportunity to explore just at the beginning of some of these. But, you know, put that into contrast. My last big success in South America with Norrismont Mining, we spent $70 million acquiring just one project. Oh, imagine that. We've got a tenfold advantage just in that alone. And with the share structure, Pampa has 43 million shares out. These projects make that much more sense. So what we have is this. Number one project that we've drilled recently, Redonda Veronica, has touched into a porphyry deposit, but only with reverse circulation. We were looking to add information because we do IP and magnetics, and then some sampling. We're adding reverse circulation to understand the geochemistry of the area, because you can understand where the materials are flowing. These deposits are sometimes quite deep. We've touched into porphyry deposits, so that's exciting. That is bordered by that project is bordered by Rio Tinto, so that's an exciting one. The other one that we've looked at is Block 4, which we've just recently trenched, and we're going to have results on. This is an exciting project that if you look at our website and have a look, it's basically a nice intrusive that's completely untouched by any kind of water or any issue like that. So you have gold, silver, and copper potential on this project. We're going to report some trenches, and it's a standalone, nice little what could be the tip of an iceberg. So that's an exciting project to watch. In addition to that, Cerro Buenos Aires has had considerable amounts of work. We're bordering a number of Chilean companies with that one. And the last one that I'd like to talk about is Block 3, which is again surrounding a project owned by Anglo American. But that's not all. There's two other projects, Cerro Buenos Aires, Cerro Blancos and Moros Blancos, which are already joint ventured and being drilled right now. So just a huge plate full of opportunity here at what we see is about a $12 million market cap. I went Victor Kayam on this company. I bought a lot of it, and I think it's going to have a great future.
Devil's advocate, is that almost it's great that you can't call one your favorite or one your flagship, because they all four, not including the JVs, but all four have something really interesting to contribute. But is it almost too much, because that requires a lot of mental bandwidth, a lot of time, a lot of money? Is that too much, or you guys, because you've got such a fantastic team, you've got this down to a science, and you can easily manage these four while your JV partner handles Moros Blanco and Cerro Blanco?
Yeah, we definitely have an opportunity to enter into more joint ventures in the future. That's certainly part of the plan. We'll pick one or two of these to be the focal point. I think that's going to have to happen. It's just too much for people to get around all of them at this point in time. And also at the same time, if we were to explore all of them, we'd have to have 10 or $20 million as well.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
What we're wanting to do is get some results back. We have some results coming. We're going to be able to hone in on one or two of them and do that deep drilling, which is the next phase of our exploration. We've done some of the surface stuff to understand that if we're in the right vicinity, because these porphyries can be, as much as a kilometer wide, but some of these projects that we have are 25 kilometers long. So it could take a long time if you're just going to drill it like a grid. No, you have to find the exact area in which you feel is the best opportunity to drill into the heart of this. Porphyries are almost like a tree underground, where you have a trunk, then you have branches, then you have leaves which hit close to the surface. So it is somewhat difficult to find the heart of it, but we're going to drill deep on a number of these projects. Think of this, 32 targets over those 8 projects. So we have a lot of opportunity here.
How long will your drilling program take place now here in 2022? How long do you expect to be drilling? And just if you can give everyone at home kind of a timeline, this amount of time for drilling, assays start coming back. I'm not asking you to be precise, because it's not a precise science, but just to give people a ballpark as to what the 2022 drilling program looks like.
Yeah, we'll just talk about generally the exploration program,
Or the
it's drilling, because we have IP results coming on on Cerro Buenos Aires. We have trenching results coming back from Block 4. We'll have the drill results coming from Cerro Blancos and Moros Blancos. Then we're looking at financing, and then we'll need to the beauty of this area is we can pretty much drill 365 days a year on most of these projects. So we've got to focus on one or two of them for sure, but we can continue to explore all of them and really define the value. And once you get to a certain point in time and you have some discoveries, then those projects may be part of a joint venture. That's an opportunity there. If you get enough market attention and the stock price gets to a point where it's non-dilutive to raise 10 million, then you would want to do it all yourself. But to the extent of building the mines, you're going to have to bring in projects for sure. So if we get to that point, you're
Partners, yeah.
definitely going to have to do that.
I would think also you probably won't have a lot of difficulty finding good JV partners, because you guys got a great package in the best part of the world. Fair to assume, Paul, that when you guys want to start picking some dance partners, it's not going to be difficult to find them.
Well, I think the thing is that you can't find good prospective land in this area. I don't think a major could put together this land package of 62,000 hectares in this particular region, bordering a number of different major companies and prospective areas, right? So I think that's the real advantage here. And we're taking on a number of different projects. We've also got a joint venture on 8 new projects that are tied in with a deal we did with Vir AI, which is an AI company in which we're swapping some technology and then also looking at their projects on the ground. So there's a number of opportunities here. That adds another 16,800 hectares to our potential property portfolio. So I think that is the big advantage here. So definitely we have opportunity for discovery, and then certainly development is going to follow.
I'm glad you talked about Ver AI there, because I was going to ask you, are you guys going to incorporate artificial intelligence? It almost seems like you have to incorporate artificial intelligence now to help augment your decision making, to help augment where you want to what you want to target. So I'm glad to hear that that's there. By the way, what does this say about your team, the fact that you were able to assemble this package? And like you said, most majors probably couldn't put this together. Man, how did you guys pull that off?
Well, I think that they were aware of the opportunity. Some of these properties have been part of other companies previously. And, during the time at which copper was at a lull in about 2 years ago, they started putting this package together, got it ready, and took it to market with the team. It was really Yanis and a couple other, and Tim, that had really been active on this project for a number of years while it was private. And they picked it perfectly when it came to timing, and picked up these projects, I think, as I said, for a real steal. And now they have the opportunity. I think we have the opportunity as Pampa to really show the world what we have. And, we're going to shout it from the mountains and the rooftops whenever we get an opportunity now, because we've got the news flow coming in the next little while.
And you've mentioned Giannis a couple of times, Giannis Tsiolis, a fellow Greek. That's almost unfair advantage for Pampa, right? I mean, the more Greeks you have on board, the higher the likelihood of success. Clearly, right, Paul?
Well, I can't comment on that, but they
Hey,
certainly
go ahead.
certainly had the right mix of people and assets. And you gotta really hand it to the smarts that are in this company to put this together at the right time and bring it out to market in this copper market, where we won't see $4 again. We'll probably see $6 first.
Before C4. And by the way, you're the chairperson and former CEO of Lomiko Metals, graphite in Quebec, and now you talk about copper in Chile. Why'd you make the switch to Pampa?
Well, what I did with Lomiko was develop it to a point that I felt it was going to do very well. And at that point, in say September of 2021, I couldn't add much more value there. And I looked for a team that was going to add a considerable amount of value, that was Quebec and East Coast focused, and really wanted to hit the ground running. And so we added on a CEO, a CFO, and a COO at Lomiko. And I felt, as a biggest shareholder, it was in my best interest to leave it to the professional development people that I'd hired to work there. And you know, as a chairperson, that's what you do. You're wanting to replace yourself with people who'll do a job that better than you will. And you know, of course, I was doing 3 jobs at the same time. So now we've got people in place, and that's going to do very well in the future. I mean, graphite prices are about to move, and lithium prices are gone through the roof already.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of people do know you as the face of Lomiko Metals. So it's great to hear that you're still 100% committed to its
Oh
success,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
you just didn't have anything further you could provide. Now you put in the hands of, you know, a great development team and let them do what they got to do, and hopefully bring that same kind of winning pedigree here. So, Paul, with that said, last comment to you, you know, because there's that famous saying, "How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time." And Pampa's is an elephant. I mean, it's got 8 projects, a lot going on, all sorts of exploration results are going to be come back, all sorts of work being done in 2022. What's the overriding message, the last message you want to give to your current shareholders who are pretty new, and everyone as they start to discover Pampa, especially as the market really starts to put focus on small cap copper companies?
Yeah, I think that we've got everything in place. It's a perfect storm for this company. The copper prices are doing well and will do better. The projects are 100% owned and a large property package that's going to draw attention from majors in the future. We're drilling now and wanting to drill for the next year based on financing. We've got a great management team that knows how to not only find these projects, but also do good corporate development and good deals. And with a good structure, 43 million shares out, we're probably not going to be that diluted doing any
Great structure.
financing. And I think that we're ready to really roll with this one, and I'm really excited to see what this year brings.
Well, Paul, congratulations to you and the team for what you've assembled, what you've brought to market, and what you've made available to small cap resource investors out there, especially those who are fans of copper. I think you've got all the right elements, like you said, and I can't wait to have you back because there's going to be so much work going on in 2022 that I would be surprised if we have you back every 3 weeks. Just keep talking about the next thing and next thing. But congratulations on the achievement to where you guys have gotten today, and can't wait to have you back.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to it. Thanks, George.
To everybody at home, you've been watching or you've been listening by podcast on Spotify, Google, Apple, your favorite podcast platform, to Paul Gill. He's a CEO of Pampa Metals, trades in Canada under the stock symbol PM. For those who are new to the story, and that's pretty much going to be all of you, because as Paul said, it's a relatively new company. Here's how to do your due diligence. First, get over the company's profile page on Agoracom, where we give you a good 1,000-foot overview of the company, because a lot of projects, a lot of things going on here simultaneously. So we give you a good, great overview. And then from there, when you're ready, hop over to the Pampa website, do your deep dive due diligence. And hopefully, guys, today you discovered your next rate small cap copper company. Thanks for joining us. Have a great day. See you next time.
Cheers.
Hey guys, the video's over, but don't forget to help your company by liking it and even leaving a comment below. And then don't forget to help yourself by subscribing to our YouTube channel so you never miss another great Agoracom small cap video.